A very good morning to all our viewers from this eye-catching Nittawela Rugby Stadium, and this is the Papare TV coming to you from Nittawela, bringing the inaugural Fazil Marija Challenge Trophy, the Tag Rugby Tournament organized by the batch 2004 of Kingswood College, Kandy. Fazil Marija is a man who needs no introduction, a rugby legend who shaped the rugby landscape of Sri Lanka and still continues to do so in various aspects in uplifting the sport. And the man himself is the chief guest for the day as well, adding more vibrance and color to this memorable day. And we are already underway here with things, and the first match currently going on is KFV Millennium versus Old Eagles, playing under the over 40 category. And joining me in the combox today is Jagit Basnayaka. Jagit, beautiful morning.
Very good morning, Yusuf, and what a lovely day for rugby we have here at Nittawela. A cool, calm morning for what would be an exciting day of rugby all around as we kick off things here in Nittawela. And here in pitch 1, we have the first game underway, almost done, with the Old Eagles team running away with the victory. And we are now prepping for the second game to go underway. But as we now see the ball in play, so what this Tag Rugby Tournament brings to Kandy is the 2004 batch from Kingswood College has organized something in recognition, a tournament in recognition of one of their fellow peers, a rugby great in his own accord and a legend from Kandy itself, and playing in his own home ground around his same peers would be a great honor for Fazil Marija himself, and this is what his peers have put together for him, and we're in for an exciting day of action.
The Old Eagles have now got the ball in hand, and just to remind you of the rules of the game. Each side gets 3 tags, and once you're over with the 3 tags, the ball has to be turned over to the other side. There is no conversions, and a game will go on up to 10 minutes with 5-minute half time and a minute of a break in between. And whoever scores the most within the time will go home with the victory.
And Old Eagles will touch down for the final try of the game as they run away with the victory for the first game of the tournament. And now we will witness the second game on pitch 1, which will be a KCK 2025 versus Madholi, which will be coming right after this commercial break.
Just a little bit of
ප්‍රතිපත්තියට ඉහළින් පාර ස්ථානගත කිරීම on the Papare on Dialog TV.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව ThePapare.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Get ready for the thrill of the season. The Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series is coming to Colombo on 18th and 19th October. Catch the action live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialog ViU Plus app and ThePapare.com.
Trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
The ultimate.
As the 2025 Euro Formula season unfolds across Europe's legendary circuits, Yvonne David is not just racing, he's chasing a dream, carrying the Sri Lankan flag. Catch all the live action from the Euro Formula Open on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 1 HD, Dialog TV channel number 126, Dialog ViU app and ThePapare.com.
And we are back with live action from the Fazil Marija Challenge Trophy live here from Nittawela. And we are now underway with Game 2 from the under-20 category. Kingswood 2025 taking on Team Nittawela.
the 2025 Euro Formula season unfolds across Europe's legendary circuits, Yevan David is not just racing, he's chasing a dream, carrying the Sri Lankan flag. Catch all the live action
Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me. Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me. Up in them trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
ඒ පොඩි බ්‍රේක් එකක් වුණාම ගන්නද? මේ මැච් එක යනවා. ලයිව් යනවා මේ පොඩ්ඩක් බ්‍රේක් එකක් වුණාම ටක් ගාලා ගන්නද? ඕනෙත් නෑ එන් කමන්න නෑ අරක ඕනෙත් කමන්න නෑ මේක යන් කියන මැච් එක. ඕන් ඩිලා. ඔව් ඊළඟ මේ බ්‍රේක් එකට අගලා අදාගමු. ඕ ඩෙරා. අරගෙන්න. මේ විනාඩියක් තව විනාඩි ගානක් ඉවරයි. ඔව් නේද?
2025 Euro Formula season unfolds across Europe's legendary circuits. Jevan David is not just racing, he's chasing a dream, carrying the Sri Lankan flag. Catch all the live action from the Euro Formula Open on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 1 HD, Dialog TV channel number 126, Dialog ViU app and ThePapare.com.
Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me. Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me. Up in them trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
The ultimate.
As the 2025 Euro Formula season unfolds across Europe's legendary circuits, Jevan David is not just racing, he's chasing a dream, carrying the Sri Lankan flag. Catch all the live action from the Euro Formula Open on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 1 HD, Dialog TV channel number 126, Dialog ViU app and ThePapare.com.
Just a little bit of
The ball really well here watching in Sri Lanka on the Papare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, The Papare.
Check, testing one, check, testing one, check, testing one, check.
peak එක on කරලා තියෙන peak එකේ red color එතන focus කියලා පෙන්නනවා.
හරි මේ දැන් ඔයාලා නිකන් බලනකොට ફોකස් කරා.
ඔව් නිකන් බලද්දි focus වගේ.
හරි මට පොඩ්ඩක් මේ settings පොඩ්ඩක් පෙන්නන්න. lens එක කොහොමද?
ආ.
Millennium 2
yeah.
versus 2002 World Team is being ready for the next match pitch 1.
යටද? මේකද? ඒක මැනුවල් දාන්නද කියන්නේ? මේකනේ? හරි. මැනුවල්ද? දීපිකා කතා කරනවා. දීපිකා වත්නුකෝන් කතා කරනවා. දීපිකා වත්නුකෝන් කතා කරනවා. ඔටෝද?
ඔටෝ වෙන්නේ නැහැ නේ.
ඔටෝ වෙන්නේ
නැහැ. හරි දැන් ફોකස් කරන්න එතන.
ફોકસ කරා.
දැන් අපි එතන ළඟ වෙන්න ප්ලේයර් කෙනෙක් තමයි ફોකස් කරේ කොන වෙන්නේ.
මේක
ප්ලේයර් කෙනෙක්ගේ ફોකස් කරලා
ફોકસ કરા.
ફોકસ કરાવે. વાઇટ કરે.
વાઇટ કરા. දැන් ඔක්කොම ફોકස් වෙලා තියෙන පීක් කළා. එතන මම දැන්
76638.
හෙලෝ. ඕකේ. හරි දැන් ලයිව් එක පටන් ගත්තද?
ඉතින් මොමන්ට් එක.
හරි මේ ඔඩියෝ හරිද බලන්න පොඩ්ඩක්.
trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
As the 2025 Euro Formula season unfolds across Europe's legendary circuits, Jevan David is not just racing, he's chasing a dream, carrying the Sri Lankan flag. Catch all the live action from the Euro Formula Open on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 1 HD, Dialog TV channel number 126, Dialog ViU app and thepapare.com.
නරෂය මේ චිප් ටිකත් ෆෝමැට් කරලා බලලා ෆෝමැට් කරලා ගේන්න. යන්න මේකේ පෙන්නන්නේ නැහැ. ෆෝමැට් කරන්න නැතුව ඒත් පෙන්නන්නේ නැහැ. ෆෝමැට් කරාද? ෆෝමැට් කරන්න පෙන්නන්නේ නැහැ මේවා.
next match of pitch number 2 will be yours. So please report to the pitch number 2.
Set up.
The next match of pitch number 1 will be 23 Challengers versus Vikings. The next match of pitch number 1, 23 Challengers versus Vikings. Invite to the captains of the both teams. Please report to the pitch number 1. This announcement for the captains of 23 Challengers and Vikings teams. The next match of the pitch number 2 will be Havlocks versus batch 1998.
trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
As the 2025 Euro Formula season unfolds across Europe's legendary circuits, Jevan David is not just racing, he's chasing a dream, carrying the Sri Lankan flag. Catch all the live action from the Euro Formula Open on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 1 HD, Dialog TV channel number 126, Dialog ViU app and thepapare.com.
Just a little bit of
The ball really well here watching in Sri Lanka on the Papare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, The Papare. The Papare.
them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench. fences, making the plays while they riding the beat.
As the 2025 Euro Formula season unfolds across Europe's legendary circuits, Yevan David is not just racing, he's chasing a dream, carrying the Sri Lankan flag. Catch all the live action from the Euro Formula Open on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 1 HD, Dialog TV channel number 126, Dialog ViU app and thepapare.com.
Just a little bit of
The ball really well here watching in Sri Lanka on the Papare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, The Papare. The Papare.
just a little bit of
පිටිපත්වල ඉහළින් පාර ස්ථානගත කිරීම
on the Papare on Dialog TV.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව The Papare.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Get ready for the thrill of the season. The Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series is coming to Colombo on 18th and 19th October. Catch the action live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialog ViU Plus app and thepapare.com.
them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
The next match, pitch number 1, be Millennium 2 versus Batch 1998. This announcement goes to both teams. Please report to the pitch number 1. The next match will be announcement goes to Millennium 2 and Batch 1998 team. The next match of pitch number 1 with
මේකද? පුළුවන් බා. ගලවන්න.
මල්ලේ දැම්ම ගලවන්නද ලයිව් යනවද? කොහොමද මේ මානුක තප්පර ගණක් යනවද? නෑ මේ ගලවන්න
hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
As the 2025 Euro Formula season unfolds across Europe's legendary circuits, Jevan David is not just racing, he's chasing a dream, carrying the Sri Lankan flag. Catch all the live action from the Euro Formula Open on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 1 HD, Dialog TV channel number 126, Dialog ViU app and thepapare.com.
Just a little bit of
The ball really well here watching in Sri Lanka on the Papare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, The Papare. The Papare.
just a little bit of
පිටිපත්දුවට ඉහළින් පාර ස්ථානගත කිරීම
on the Papare on Dialog TV.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව
them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
As the 2025 Euro Formula season unfolds across Europe's legendary circuits, Jevan David is not just racing, he's chasing a dream, carrying the Sri Lankan flag. Catch all the live action from the Euro Formula Open on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 1 HD, Dialog TV channel number 126, Dialog ViU app and ThePapare.com.
Just a little bit of
The ball really well here watching in Sri Lanka on the Papare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
just a little bit of
පිටිපත්වල ඉහළින් පාර ස්ථානගත කිරීම
on the Papare on Dialog TV.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව The Papare.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Get ready for the thrill of the season. The Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series is coming to Colombo on 18th and 19th October. Catch the action live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialog ViU Plus app and ThePapare.com.
Trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
As the 2025 Euro Formula season unfolds across Europe's legendary circuits, Jevan David is not just racing, he's chasing a dream, carrying the Sri Lankan flag. Catch all the live action from the Euro Formula Open on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 1 HD, Dialog TV channel number 126, Dialog ViU app and ThePapare.com.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're live here from Nittawela at the Fazil Marija Challenge Trophy 2025, the Tag Rugby Tournament organized by the 2004 batch of Kingswood College, Kandy. What an electrifying day we've had so far. We've brought you live coverage here from Nittawela, and currently we have two games happening concurrently as pitch 1 and pitch 2. With me in the combox is Yusuf Azam. Yusuf, what do you think about the game so far?
No doubt about the competitiveness this morning, Jayaget, and as you can see, the conditions here at Nittawela today, cloudy currently, it's at around 23 degrees Celsius, so very cool conditions for a game of rugby, and as usual you have a gentle breeze flowing from the left to the right of your screen as it is usual in Nittawela. So far we've had a series of games coming in from this morning that we've brought to you live from the Papare, and it has been nothing short of electrifying, as you mentioned, Jayaget, and we should again remind you that this tournament is played in remembrance of in celebration of Mr. Fazil Marija, to all the contributions he has given to this sport of rugby, not just to this area of the country, but for all of Sri Lanka.
Indeed, Yusuf, a legend in his own right, and surprisingly, Fazil Marija, the man whom after this tournament is organized, he's playing as we speak, although we can only cover one pitch at a time. On pitch number 2, he's representing the batch of 2004, the team that has been fielded by the batch of 2004. So it's truly a defining moment of the longevity of his career and how he's still keeping fit and also contributing to the game. Surely a name that will never get old. And now we'll be moving into a new game on pitch 1, which will be Team Vikings taking on Golden and Brown on pitch 1. We are about to kick off live action here from Nittawela. To bring you updates from the weekend of electrifying rugby that we've just had, if we move our eyes to Colombo, the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series has touched down in Colombo, and Sri Lanka had a convincing win early in the morning, 34 points to 7 against probably the toughest opponent being China. So that's some good news on the other end. You can tune into the Papare's live coverage brought to you all the way from the Racecourse Stadium in Colombo. And in Kandy, it's a rather more chill affair, as I would say, as this is a tournament that brings back talent from age groups ranging from under 20 to even over 40 teams as we kick off proceedings on pitch 1. And Team Vikings touchdown for the first try of the game. This is something that we've seen across the entire tournament, some fast-paced, electrifying rugby. Sure, some players might be well ahead of their playing days, but when you step on the pitch, I think the boots remind you that you're still a rugby player at heart. And the Vikings touchdown for the first try of the game, as Golden and Brown will now kick off action.
That was some nice work there, the corner, the previous try.
Indeed, Yusuf. I think with just 5 people on your team with half a pitch, it's all about how you make use of the limited space you have and the speed at which you play. And obviously, maybe these teams are put together after a long time, so some teams, they just need a bit more time to gel back up together. They probably played 5, 10, 15 years ago together. They still might have the chemistry together, but when you're on the pitch, it's about what you do at that split second. Ball has been turned over, and now possession is with Golden and Brown.
Indeed, Jagit, and just to remind our viewers about the rules here, each team gets 3 tags, and once you're down with your 3 tags, the ball has to be overturned to the opposition. And you see Golden and Brown with possession now. Golden and Browns is still in their red zone. They are now making some progress. That man around the corner. Can he be stopped? Nope, he just goes over. And we are even here at Nittawela. Golden and Browns and Vikings are now equated the scorecards as we are closing on the half time as almost half of the first session is done here on pitch 1.
Of course, we're only covering one pitch here at the Fazil Marija Challenge Trophy, but on the other side, we have a second pitch which also has a few games running concurrently, and we are seeing some fast-paced action on that side as well. And now Vikings will kick things off, and they will make sure that they left no stone unturned as they return the favor to Golden and Brown, 10 points to 5 with a quick second try just from the quick tap.
Real fast-paced rugby. This is from both the sides. We are seeing a back-to-back tries in quick succession. Now the score is even, and we see Viking coming back with the lead to take things onto their hands. And Golden and Brown will kick off, restart things here after that previous try from the Vikings.
The Vikings showcasing some real skill in stepping, and the number 9, can he make it all the way? The Vikings make easy work of it as they touch down for the third try. Can they run away with the victory in the first half itself? Well, can the Golden and Brown team stage a comeback? I'm assuming we'll now break for half time as the score stands 15 points to 5 in favor of the Vikings.
And that was Saumya with that last try for the Vikings, and it was a really good assist from Kasun, who did the hard work for the Vikings there. Now they've just extended their lead to 15 to 5.
As we break for halftime, just to recap on how the day's proceedings went. We've had a few electrifying games, but noticeably we've seen some former players, from former club rugby players to former school rugby players, take the pitch one more time, albeit in different colors, maybe in different team combinations. You might be on your rival's team from the club, or you might have linked up with your school team. So it's such a beautiful thing to see about how rugby brings you together on a weekend. And special props to the Kingswood batch of 2004 organizing a tournament of this sort to celebrate a fellow batchmate. It's indeed, I think Fazil Marija himself should be incredibly lucky to be a part of a batch like that, to celebrate what he has done for Sri Lankan rugby as well as his own alma mater, Kingswood College. As we kick things off for the second half, it's a try scorer. Can he make it the double? He doesn't, but his team sure does. They start the second half like they never left. It's off for the second half.
It's a try scorer. Can he?
Impressive stuff there by the Vikings. They'll surely aim for something high in this tournament come semi-final time as we kick things off after lunch. But Golden and Brown seem to have no fix for this major problem, which is the speed that the Vikings bring. They surely boast a lot of speed and tactics as well, but they just can't make sense of what they're doing right now, and they turn the ball over again. This is the Vikings.
The Vikings really know what they're doing here. And as you mentioned earlier, Jagit, it's a shame that we can't show you what's happening at both the pitches here, because there are very good games happening in both these pitches. And especially as you were mentioning, we had even Fazil Marija playing on pitch 2 as we were just speaking, starting off proceedings here. Nevertheless, Vikings here have been on the front foot. Their lightning fast attack has left Golden and Brown really speechless. And as that goes out of the field, Vikings will regain possession of the ball, and they'll indeed look to gain on that already huge lead they have at the moment.
Seems like Golden and Brown simply have no answer. Themselves heard as they score a touchdown for their 5th try. What's interesting about this format of the game is that it's a very short-lived game where you only get to play for 10 minutes with a break of 1 minute at the 5-minute mark. Now, you would believe that at the point of halftime, if you have a good lead, that's probably sealing the game away. But we've seen in this tournament as well how things have changed around, and 5 minutes is more than enough for a speedy team. Let's assume for like the Vikings, as they showcase their speed. The number 14 is just racking up tries, as now they touch down for their 6th. Seems like this game might be sealed pretty soon, as the Vikings are just using their raw pace to dominate over the Golden and Brown team.
The lead now, Vikings have got 6 tries under their name, and Golden and Brown still with that very first try they scored early on. This man, number 11, that was Samita, showcasing some real good piece of rugby there. He was very versatile with his movement, quick on his feet, and gained some good yards for the Vikings there. Just not enough support there for that Golden and Brown man in the number 11 jersey. That is J for you. Broke out in a good run, but they are now ever so close for another try for their name. It might be a tad too late as we are closing on to the 9th minute of the game, but nevertheless it would be a good consolation try if they can go over. But again, the Vikings defenses are holding up given how fast they are. And since this is a tag rugby game, it is not about the strength or size. It is about how quick you are on the field mostly. And Vikings are using that to their maximum advantage here.
Absolutely, Yusuf. But I think Golden and Brown have simply found no answer to this Vikings defense. Here comes the speedster. Ever so close to a hat-trick. Can he get it?
Well, the time is up on our clock, and it all depends on what the referee's clock says. Well, we might have still a short passage of play remaining here as to what it looks like. And Vikings, I think it's pretty safe to say that they have pretty much sealed the game at this point.
Now that we move close in frame, I recall the number 14 being last year's Antonian skipper. A very nippy scrum half in his day, and now he's bringing that speed into this tournament as well.
Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me. Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me. Up in them trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
And the next game, Team Nittawela versus Team Eagles, taking on pitch number 1. As the previous game ended 30 points to 5 in favor of the Vikings. A formidable display by the Vikings, and now Team Nittawela will take on Team Eagles.
The Eagles in possession of the ball. We see the Antonian last year's fullback pardon, that was the Antonian skipper Omita taking the ball on, and the ball will now be overturned to the Nittawela team. As they'll try to break through those Eagles' defenses, but they'll regain possession again, Nittawela there.
Team Nittawela, I believe, is comprised of players from Nittawela Central, a school that is producing a lot of rugby talent, albeit they're still in their primary stages. They've always produced a lot of rugby players into the main fray as they switch schools to play in different schools, but they've been a sort of factory for very talented players in the recent times. So it's great to see teams fielding their players, very young players, at this stage of the tournament as well. And now the former Antonians on Team Eagles. Still no team has cracked the code to find their first touch, albeit being 3 minutes into the first half. Is that the first try of the game? We are yet to figure. No, it is not. And Team Nittawela now has possession. Can they run it all the way through? Both teams still struggle to have grasped the pace of the game that you need to play in order to score high in these type of games. They're trying to play it slow. They're trying to wait till the other team opens up the gap rather than exploiting the small gaps that they have. Scores remain 0-0 at half time. As we see the crowds turning up slowly and steadily, I think towards the end of the day, we'll have more sort of a packed crowd here at Nittawela as we enter the knockout stages of the tournament.
For sure, Jagit, and it's really happy to see such a crowd turning up, even though it's not a frontline game that everyone would expect to see. It's a Tag Rugby Tournament, and as we speak, the Eagles have kicked off things here. And this is now Deshan, who just played for the Antonians the past season. This season, the Eagles outfit is comprised mostly of Antonians who played the last season. And that is the pacer Randir stealing the ball as he will touch down for the first try this match. And the Eagles open their scores with their first try. And that is the first one scored in the game as well. And it would be a huge confidence booster for them. Just a bit of a fumble there from Nittawela. Randir saw the opportunity, and just as what he is known for with his running and his pace on the field, he manages to shine today as well.
It's nice to see how schools are now taking initiatives to bring alumni of their school. The players who represented their schools back onto the field, albeit in a different form, as an alumni rugby tournament. This is probably the third or fourth of that sort where ex-players get back on field, link up with their past teammates, and oh, what a fumble from Team Eagles as Nittawela still have the ball. As I was saying, to link up with your past teammates or link up with your past schoolmates, or just make up a team and come and play. This could be your community rugby team. This could be the rugby gang that you play with every weekend. It's nice to see how the rugby community is bringing back this group of people back onto the field with a mainstream competition. Kingswood College obviously taking the initiative this time, but we've also seen Trinity College with the Lions Rugby Sevens and St. Anthony's with the Eagles Rugby Sevens, and now Team Nittawela have plenty of opportunities. It's just that they cannot execute it perfectly to score in this game. Still have about they still have about 3 minutes to make a change. Still a 5-point lead that they have to catch up to.
As we can observe, this is not as fast-paced as the last game. But as we are talking, there's that one man going through the corner, and that is the Eagles extending their lead, and that is Deshan, to be precise, for the Eagles again. Last year's Antonian first 15 player to go over the line for the Eagles, extending their lead to 10 points now. Nittawela have done well to keep things slow here, but the Eagles have found the way to pierce through that defenses and go over twice now. Nittawela still have the opportunity, given the nature of the game. You never know what can happen, and this is a very versatile form of the game, and things can change very quickly, Jagir.
Indeed, Yusuf. I think what Nittawela needs to do is just keep holding on to possession and exploit the small gaps that the Eagles are leaving out wide. Long cutout pass. They're closing in on the defense. And the Eagles will touch down for their third try. This might well be just enough to seal the game for them. A handy step and cut back in for that third try.
That was Kalpa Lakmina there. I think that was his... no, it was his first try for the Eagles. Then Nittawela, they need to try and make a move here. There's still 2.5 minutes left in the game, which means there's still space for plenty of things to happen, and that things can always turn around. They're trying to get through that gap, but the Eagles' defense just keep pushing them back, and the ball is finally overturned. After that, 3 tags fell for Nittawela, and that is skipper Omitha been tapped there. Lakmina to Randir. Randir tries to go around, gives it out to Deshan. Deshan, pardon, that is not Deshan, but it is the man in the number 9 jersey. And with that, 3 tags for the Antonians are done, and the ball will be overturned in favor of Nittawela, who will try to go past the defenses once again, which has not been easy and hasn't been their strongest suit. But there's an opening now.
And that's the game. The Eagles take the game comfortably at the end, 15 points to nil. Spirited display from Team Nittawela, but they just couldn't exploit the gaps that the Eagles were leaving out. That's the final play. What could have been if the ball is taken over. But the Eagles, with a strong defensive display, take the game pretty comfortably as we wrap up things in that game from pitch 1.
Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me. Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me. Up in them trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
And as we kick things off in the next game, Team Old Eagles taking on Batch 1999. Presumably, the Old Eagles will also comprise of fellow Antonians and the Batch 1999 of Kingswoodians. An elite hill country rivalry now reignited on pitch 1. A bit rusty with the ball handling, but definitely not their fitness levels. So that's a positive sign for the team Batch 1999, obviously. Now Team Old Eagles.
Well, it's understandable. It's been years since probably since they've last played proper rugby, and that still to come here today at this age and to put on such a display, it takes some gut, it takes some levels of fitness for you to do this today. And I think kudos to all these teams, above 30, above 40 and 30 categories who have come out here. Despite what your body tells you, to come here and put on a display is really something to admire about. And as we speak, Old Eagles will touch down, and that is number 7 for the Old Eagles, who will open the scoring here at this game with the Old Eagles against Batch 1999 of Kingswood College Kandy. As we are about to close into the second minute, there's the first try scored.
Yusuf, what's funny to me is that a lot of junior rugby players, they start with this type of sport called Ripper Rugby, which is also a fun name to call Tag Rugby. It's funny how life brings you full circle. You start off as a Ripper Rugby or Tag Rugby player, and you now sort of come back to rugby around 30 years old, playing the same form of the game. It shows that how it's never too bad to it's never too good to rather to forget where you started from. elite players in their ages now all playing the same form of the game. It's just funny how Circle of Life works and how Circle of Rugby rather, works in this scenario, as most of these players are playing out of their raw instinct. Not through hard training, but just pure raw instinct of rugby. A bit of a rugby tackle there. All in good spirit. But the number 8 made a solid run. Could have made it to the try line itself. But some good defensive work there by the Old Eagles defender.
Well, Jagid, you're talking about instincts, and how can you not expect the old instincts to come into play when it comes to those tackles especially? And it is a full circle moment here that we're witnessing, and a really lovely illustration to bring out here, Jagid.
But it also shows that this being a tournament where you're bound to have fun and to enjoy your time, these players are just fiercely competitive. From the school days to now when they are playing a tournament just for the fun of it. It's still a challenge trophy that they're playing for. And the fierce competitiveness that we see in all of these players is just remarkable. Number 11 trying to razzle and dazzle his way through. Safe to say a hot stepper in his days.
Well, you may lose skill, you may lose touch, but the spirit or the competitiveness in you, that is something I think you'll carry throughout your life once you instill it in yourself. And I think that is the case that we are seeing here today. No matter how the skill level is, how in touch you are with the sport, the spirit, the competitiveness, and all those old instincts will come into effect when you're right in that field. And once you're locked in, all those memories, all those instincts will come back onto the field, and you will become a totally different person.
Indeed, Yusuf. As we break for half-time, Old Eagles lead the game with 5 points to nil against Batch 1999. As we kick proceedings off for the second half. And the number 8 for the Old Eagles team will touch down for their second try. A sleek line break leading to their second try. From the corner, no defender would catch him. The Eagles lead 10 points to nil. Can the 99ers bring it back?
It was a good little piece of work from the gentleman in the number 11 jersey for the Old Eagles. And that was they'll extend their lead here, and 99ers, they need to look for better defenses. Is that a try? And it's not. I think he was tagged there by the 99ers, but did not realize it. as he will continue things from where he left off. And the Old Eagles once again trying to break through those defenders of the Kingswood batch of 99. I think it's safe to say that the Kingswood 99ers have had very little possession of the ball, and it has always been the Old Eagles here with most of the possession, and rightfully so. They are leading in the scoreboard as well. It's funny, isn't it, Jag? Sometimes when you've been tagged and you don't realize until you walk to the other end.
But it looks like this time he's gotten lucky. He's lost a tag, but definitely it hasn't been tagged off by the opposition. And the Old Eagles touchdown for their third try. It's lovely to see how the players are trying to step off one another and trying to attack those gaps. Now, this is something that we're seeing in an old age group that we sort of didn't see in a young age group in about 2 games before this, where players were just waiting and waiting and waiting till a gap opens up. As we can see these players actually hitting those gaps and trying to make use of the little space that they have. 2 very contrasting fashions of play, but I think that's the uniqueness of that generation of the game that they've been playing.
Well, I think you is spot on there, Jagit. We just have a display of how different generations play their rugby during different times, and today has been a clear display of that, how different generations and how the game has evolved over the years. Once you look at the games of the older age groups, and then the younger age groups, and then the ones in between, you sort of get an idea of how the game has evolved, how it has developed, how the tactics have developed in between, and a total timeline of how things have gone with the game of rugby.
We're now almost done, and that will be the game from pitch 1. The Old Eagles trumping batch 1999, 15 points to 0 as they take the victory. Spirited display in this game as well, but the Old Eagles emerging victors in what was more or less a one-sided affair. As we return to action from pitch 1, we see two very young teams who have just finished their school rugby career, now taking the stage here. Team Trinity versus Team Sumangala. Team Trinity featuring their league-winning captain Usman Safras and their stalwart prop forward Manusha. Can they bring that same magic onto this field as well?
Almost a breakthrough there by Trinity, but just in time he gets tagged, but still they've got the opportunity. Another tag that is for number 12. I think they've got one more tag remaining before the ball will be overturned. Yes, this will be their final tag before it will be overturned again back to Sumangala. Sumangala will be longing for that to finally get possession of the ball, but the Trinity player did not have the ball in possession when he was tagged. Hence, Trinity will will keep possession of the ball. They still have got one tag. In fact, it will be Sumangala will have the ball, and there is an opening. Number 7 running through. That's number 14. He was tagged as well. That's why the referee signals there. Just a spot where he was tagged. Very close now, Sri Sumangala, to open the scores here. Can they open the scores here before the Trinitians do? And if so, it would be a very good opportunity for them to start off in a positive note at pitch 1 here, this Fazil Marija Challenge Trophy at Nittawela. But the ball is being overturned and the tables are turning here.
What an effort, only to be deemed a no try. It seems like it's been ruled out because of a fend off. Now the physical aspect of this game has been taken away, given that it's a Tag Rugby Tournament. However, a classy display from the Trinitians. Having a bit of a chat with the referee. Not the safest thing to do, I'd say. But I think it's a fair doubt to have.
Well, it's a very young outfit, these two sides, and a lot of intensity and heat between them, and it could come out naturally, especially things like fending, but then this format of the game, it is not allowed, and you need to stick to the rules. And both the sides, so far the teams have been doing very well in terms of their conduct on the field. All of the teams have played today. No real big issues to talk about. Sumangala are in a dangerous spot here. Trinity are very close to the try line, and that's where they've given back possession to Trinity. Still, no team has scored, and on our clock, it is half time, and I don't think it is long until the referee calls it as well.
They have been tagged. Still trying to make that initial try. No answer to this defense. The Trinitians are still looking for a way to score their first try. As Team Sumangala will want to break away from this zone. Trinity opting to slow things down here. And it hasn't worked out as they've turned the ball over. Again, the contrast from the previous game, where the players were attacking the gaps, the old Eagles versus the batch of 99 game, versus the pace that they're playing this game at is just worlds apart. Trinity opting to slow the game down a lot and trying to attack the gaps only once it appears, whereas the old Eagles versus the 99ers game, where we saw both teams trying to attack the smallest of gaps. You saw how the number 8 was trying to step away and try to gain that extra yard. So the contrast of rugby playing styles could be very, very visibly seen at this tournament. Another turnover. Bit of a stop-start affair here. Here's Trinity. And that's half-time. The scoreboard is 0-0, with no team able to score a try in this first half. For more rugby action, you can tune into the Papare live stream of the Asia Rugby Emirates Rugby Sevens, the men's and women's segment, the second leg touching down in Colombo. As Sri Lanka, as we previously mentioned, triumphing over China to book their place in the Cup semi-final. Some exciting rugby action coming all the way from the race course in Colombo. So you can tune into the Papare YouTube channel as well as thepapare.com to watch and enjoy the Asia Rugby Emirates Rugby Sevens, the second leg happening in Colombo as we speak. And Trinity will now look to kick off the second half of this game. They'll surely want to end the drought of the try. Can they speed things up? Playing at pace. Has not been tagged, and Nittawela Rugby. Oh, he's been tagged right before touchdown. They'll come back. Well, they seem to be bringing the pace in this half at least. But is it enough?
Trinity are very close here, but one thing to mention, and as also the things with relevant to things, how things have been going in this game especially. Sumangala also did possess a very good defense, especially in the last season, and this is that exact team this team consists of most of those players who played that season, including Pasindu, who are one of their very key players last season, and their defense and the Trinity defense has been really very good, explaining us the proceedings of this game. Hence, no one has scored yet. The defenses have been very good, and also the attacks. They have pretty much given us a very one-to-one equal game here. And that I'm pretty sure it's going to be very closely contested in the last few minutes. As we are into the last few minutes, this little stage is going to be very crucial as to how the result of this game will turn out to be.
It's a shame that both teams still haven't figured out a way to score the try, because they've been ever so close to the try line. But the majority of this game, Sumangala have been playing right over Trinity's try line, and that's not a place that you want to be in any part of the game. But Trinity, on the other hand, have still not found their flow, the usual flow that they attack with, and they're seeing a few changes in the game. Bring a bit more speed with Murad Raizan. Here we go. Oh dear. Ball has been turned over to Sumangala. Looks like Trinity is trying to figure out how their attack would work, or the number of players on the pitch. Trinity back on the attack. Has been tagged. With around 1.5 minutes to go, it seems like both teams will end scoreless if they play with this fashion. As you said, Yusuf, this is also attributed to the defenses that both these teams have been giving off. Last possession for Trinity. Can they find a way? Here they go. Here's the captain, Usman Safras. No fend off is the call. So that's a penalty in favor of Sumangala.
When it comes to such a different format of the game, it is a lot about adaptability. And I think none of these teams have really found a way to sort of attack in this specific format of the game, or to score or to find breakthroughs in particularly this tag rugby format of the game.
It feels like they're trying to attack the same way that they would do in a normal schools rugby game, which doesn't work in this format. It's much more about how you find the space and attack it. Here's a spirited charge. A rather slower game of the day. We're almost done with the game. The referee still says play on. Will Sumangala have the final say in this game? And that's the end of the game. A rather disappointing end to the game, with both teams ending scoreless. Both teams will not be happy with the attacking that they've done. They'll be happy with their defense, but defense doesn't put points on the board for either of the teams, as they will end scoreless. Will this affect their chances in the knockout stages? Well, I believe they'll be going on for a coin toss, which will determine who the winner is of the game. And I believe the coin toss has gone in favor of Sumangala. But an ending that both teams wouldn't want to see at the end of the day. And that's the end of the game between Trinity and Sumangala, as we turn our heads to the next game on pitch 1. Stay tuned for more live action right here on ThePapare.com.
Trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
As the 2025 Euro Formula season unfolds across Europe's legendary circuits, Jevan David is not just racing, he's chasing a dream, carrying the Sri Lankan flag. Catch all the live action from the Euro Formula Open on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 1 HD. Dialog TV channel number 126, Dialog ViU app, and ThePapare.com.
The ultimate.
Just a little bit of
The ball really well here watching in Sri Lanka on the Papare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
just a little bit of
පිටිපත් ඉහළින් පාර ස්ථානගත කිරීම
on the Papare or Dialog TV.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව ThePapare.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Get ready for the thrill of the season. The Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series is coming to Colombo on 18th and 19th October. Catch the action live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialog ViU Plus app and ThePapare.com.
Trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
As the 2025 Euro Formula season unfolds across Europe's legendary circuits, Yevan David is not just racing, he's chasing a dream, carrying the Sri Lankan flag. Catch all the live action from the Euro Formula Open on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 1 HD. Dialog TV channel number 126, Dialog ViU app and ThePapare.com.
just a little bit of
The ball really well here watching in Sri Lanka on the Papare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
Just a little bit of
පිටිපත්දුවට ඉහළින් පාර ස්ථානගත කිරීම.
On the Papare on Dialog TV.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව ThePapare.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Get ready for the thrill of the season. The Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series is coming to Colombo on 18th and 19th October. Catch the action live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialog ViU Plus app and thepapare.com.
Hello there and welcome to Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare. Today we are here with the iconic Sugadasa swimming complex as we welcome you to witness the second leg day of 32nd Dr. R.L. Heyman Trophy water polo encounters fought by Royal College versus St. Thomas's College. That's the end of second leg of 32nd Dr. R.L. Heyman Trophy between Royal College and St. Thomas College. Royal College has managed to retain the victory after 2 thrilling encounters. You've been watching with Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare. I'm Shahana Jamil, and until next time.
And welcome back to all the viewers on ThePapare.com as we bring you live action from the Fazil Marija Challenge Trophy 2025 organized by the 2004 batch of Kingswood College, Kandy. We hope you enjoyed the exhibition match between the junior age groups. Some thrilling action all around as well, and now we come back to pitch 1. And this game will feature some truly iconic rugby players in their days as well, as the Kingswood 2004 batch team takes on the Millennium 2 team from Kingswood College. As we kick things off from pitch 1. After the short break, we've resumed proceedings here in Nittawela, as both pitchers have games now running simultaneously.
As you mentioned, Jayagi, this is going to be a very exciting encounter, especially the man behind whom this tournament is named, Fazil Marija. He himself is on the field as well for the 2004 batch, playing for Kingswood College.
Surely he is eagerly waiting to get back on field. Here's Team 2004. Oh, a beautiful run. Can he make it all the way? Does he have the legs to? His teammate surely will have it. Number 13 touches down for Kingswood Team 2004. Their first points on the board of this game.
A score early on, something really exciting. It's been something that we haven't seen for the past couple of games. It has been very one-sided, very slow-paced, and once again we have a score. We have a score at the beginning of the game, and that is very encouraging signs of a fast-paced game here. And I'm pretty sure this is going to be very exciting. And since they are both Kingswood teams, the 2004 batch and the Millennium, they are only 2 years apart, 2 or 4 years apart, and they would have known each other, and sometimes back in the day would have even played against each other. And it would be a lovely community coming together, getting to know each other. Connecting back with your mates from the days back, and then having a good time. Really a lovely concept.
Kingswood College also boasting a very rich rugby legacy. Obviously the first school to introduce rugby in Sri Lanka. Kingswood College from Randalls Hill. Definitely the community is huge from all across the world. You're tuning in live on ThePapare.com, so we hope to bring you together, whether you're on these shows or abroad. That's our mission here at ThePapare.com, as we see Team 2004 a bit stranded in their opposition's scoring area. Can the Millennials make it work? And yes, they have. Number 13 will touch down for their first try at the game.
Things are even here at the pitch 1 of this Fazil Marija Challenge Trophy. Now this against the same side, the same schools, but the 2004 batch versus the 2000 batch. And already things are even, and in this first half of the game.
And Yusuf, the man himself, is now on the field. Fazil Marija has made his way. Can he make a difference in this game? An elite playmaker of his time. Surely a very daunting character from his playing days as well as his coaching days now. Here's Team 2004 still not... Well, he has been tagged. This team also boasts multiple players from that iconic 2004 outfit, which emerged triple champions under Fazil's leadership. So I can only imagine how wonderful their playing was together when they played for school together back in 2004.
Not to mention the fact that Fazil, even though he hasn't been in the front line of the game, especially on the field, behind the scenes he has been a very crucial man, since the day he's stopped playing. And that's another one for Kingswood 2004 as we speak. He will touch down, and the scores will now extend towards the favor of the Kingswood 2004 side.
He's going to take his jolly old time
He has
to
been
score.
a very crucial man,
But
since
some
the day
really
he's
good link-up play coming from the 2004 team. And I think it's high time that he scores. Yes, he has. That will bring half-time with Kingswood team 2004 leading 10 points to 5.
Already three points scored in the first half indicates how good this game is turning out to be. We are only through the first half, and there's a whole another half to go. And especially with the man Fazil Marija himself on the field, this is a much awaited one, whom this tournament is named after, and he'll be someone that people will be looking to see eagerly play on the field. Probably make some. Be a playmaker, make some play, and treat us with some eye-catching rugby.
What's interesting is Yusuf, as we speak on pitch too, we have another one of his relatives actually. Amjad Baksh is representing another team on pitch too. Now, what's interesting is that Amjad Baksh, his brother, as well as another iconic player in Nilfa Ibrahim and his brother Ronnie Ibrahim, as well as Fazil Marija and his brother. So at one point, a majority of these brothers were playing together for Kandy Sports Club. And unfortunately, only Amjad is here today at the tournament, and also Fazil's brother. But at one point, it was just Fazil and his family just running the Kandy backline. So that shows how rugby not only is in his blood, but in his entire family's bloodline. Here's the man himself, Fazil, kicks things off. He hasn't been tagged again. Third try on the board for Kingswood 2004. Seeing glimpses of what they could have been doing in 2004 as well. Now he's going to take his jolly good time again to score. Just one simple step and he sees the gap.
And if I'm not mistaken, that's the second try for the gentleman with the number 7 jersey for Kingswood 2004. Has been quite a playmaker for their side, and I'm pretty sure he would have been too back in the day as well. Millennium team will restart proceedings here after that try. Gives it to his opposition, hence the 2004 batch the Kingswood 2004 side will have repossession of that rugby ball. There you go. It's a man, Fazil Marija, with the ball, trying to make some moves. He's been tagged. He'll pass it on as Fazil cuts through one, passes the ball, and then that man, number 7, the try scorer.
Possession is turned over to Millennium 2. Trying to make way through the small gaps appearing through the 2004 team's defense. is Team Millennium. Or gifts it back, and their touchdown for their 4th try. This time it's the number 17. The number 11 obviously is, Masan, take your time. That's try number 4. A lovely little trick gone wrong for Team Millennium, and it's all in favor of Team 2004. Score reads 20 points to 5 in favor of Kingswood Team 2004. Millennium desperately need a try. We've seen glimpses of brilliance, but they really haven't capitalized after that first try. Still struggling to find the space, and now they have a gap out wide.
Almost 9 minutes on our clock, and the 2004 side are already leading with 3 tries ahead of Millennium. And there's that man again, number 11. He will again take his jolly time, passes it on to number 7 as he'll go over his a bit of volleyball here, as they take their jolly good time, and number 7 will go over for his 3rd try, and the 5th try for the Kingswood 2004. And there you see a little volleyball cameo there from the 2004 batch as well.
Why not have some fun when you've already sealed the deal on the try line itself? And that is the end of the game. 25 points to 5 in favor of Kingswood Team 2004 as they seal the deal from pitch number 1. And that's the first try from Team Lions as they touch down, and it hasn't been awarded. Back to live action from pitch 1. But the try hasn't been awarded, so scores will go back to 0-0 as they recommence play. Tigers will want to break out of jail. Tigers are comprised mainly of a few Vidyartha players. Speaking of few Vidyartha players, Gayan Pereira has been a breakout player from the recent past. He's now currently representing Sri Lanka in the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series, and he has shown us quite a glimpse of brilliance in his play from his school days, and now he's on the national arena. These are some of his contemporaries who are playing on the field right now.
Still no score on the board yet for neither of the sides. Lions very close to that try line though. Almost 2.5 minutes done with the game. And then he gets tagged again very close to that try line. They're inching closer and closer, just unable to get over that line. I think they've got one more tag left until the ball would be overturned. And this would be a very good window if they were to touch down. But again, on the verge of scoring, but then was tagged at the very, very last moment, the Lions. Tigers back in possession of that rugby ball. Can they take it to the other end? I thought there was space open on the outside, but that man decided to cut back in there. Should have probably gone on the outside, had a better chance. Knocked forward on that occasion, and it is back in possession with the Lions.
Another scoreless affair so far. And we are about a minute away from halftime. Now we saw almost a carbon copy of this game in the Sumangala versus Trinity game, which also ended scoreless. Both also around the same age group. Again, playing a different brand of rugby, but they're just unable to score.
This is turning out to be a very similar game we had before, the one we had between Trinity and Sumangala. This one particularly is turning out to be something like that, because both of them have displayed strong defense throughout the span of the game, and the attack has been equally well balanced too. And given the fact that this the previous game went unscored by both the teams, where the defense and attack was quite balanced as this was, they really need to find a way or a strategy to break through, and that is what we were exactly speaking about. And it is the Lions who will go over that line to open the scores here at the verge of halftime in order to commence proceedings.
And the Tigers will kick off proceedings. Can they get their names on the board before half-time? Trying to dance his way through Dishiraj. Unable to do so. There goes. And the halftime whistle blows. On the other end of rugby in Colombo, Sri Lanka takes on Japan in the Cup semi-final of the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series Colombo leg. Now Sri Lanka coming as group toppers after beating China 34 points to 7 in the morning. A washed out game last night, which is played this morning. Now they will take on a much more competitive team in Japan. You can tune into the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series on thepapare.com on our YouTube channel, as they will commence their play right now as we speak.
That was a very crucial encounter between China, and what a show the Lankan boys put on there. And then here is another opportunity to prove themselves, but this time is no easy opponent. Japan has been very prominent throughout the tournament, and this is one encounter for you to look out for. Tune in to ThePapare.com, the YouTube. You can tune into the YouTube channel as well and watch it live if you're in Sri Lanka, or tune in to ThePapare.com website and make sure to catch the live action.
Back from the action in Nittawela. Pitch 1 action returns as the Tigers are still looking for their first score of the game.
There hasn't really much been happening here at pitch 1, except for that last try that was scored, and that was a very good one, very close to the try line, and he had to break through those defenses, and did exactly that. That man to go over to open the scores for the Lions, and the Tigers here really need to up their game, to step up and make sure that they put on something on the scoreboard as well. And one of them are through, I thought, but then a slight infringement there, I think, was called by the referee. And possession back in the hands of the Lions. Another tag there, another pass. There's a good opportunity. Another tag right on the outside of the pitch. Quick tap taken from the Tigers. The thing with tag rugby is that you don't always realize when you've been tagged. It's just your ribbon has been pulled off, but then sometimes you don't feel it, and then you keep on running until the referee really signals.
On the flip side, it could fall off without the opponent actually trying to get it off, and it could be the opponent's lucky day that it falls off. So it's a double-edged sword in that sense. But the Tigers are now keeping the pressure as the Lions want to make it a 2-try lead so that they can eventually seal the game off.
Infringement there by the Lions. The ball, Tigers will regain possession of the ball. a bit of quick, fast-paced rugby there from the Tigers, and that man is really making progress. We fended off around 2 men, and then finally makes it. Oh, it was a one-man show for the Tigers that will bring their first points of this game.
And that's a speedster, Udish Raj. We saw him in the past school season. In the same razzle-dazzle. This time he makes it end-to-end. And with no mistake, he uses his speed to get the Tigers on the board. That's some fast-paced rugby that you would love to see. The Lions will now kick things off.
Well, the scores are even, and the time is up on our clock. But it all depends on what the referee's clock says, and I'm pretty sure things are almost close to closure here at this game between the Tigers and the Lions, and it'll be interesting to see if it'll end in a draw. And it's that man again giving a really hard time for the Lions defenses there. The time has run out on our clock, and that is full time, and we will finish things on an even note here between the Tigers and the Lions. This is the second even encounter that has come to a closure here at the pitch 1 of the Nittawela Rugby Stadium, where the Fazil Marija Rugby Challenge is being played, and we will go for a commercial break and see you on the other side.
Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me. Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me. Up in them trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
As the 2025 Euro Formula season unfolds across Europe's legendary circuits, Yevan David is not just racing, he's chasing a dream, carrying the Sri Lankan flag. Catch all the live action from the Euro Formula Open on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 1 HD, Dialog TV channel number 126, Dialog ViU app, and thepapare.com.
The ultimate.
Just a little bit of
Bringing back live action from pitch 1 here in Nittawela. And that appears to be a try for the Tigers in what is being played as extra time, and that will be the game. A sudden death extra time played, and it will be the game for the Tigers. Next up, we have Team 2002 taking on Team Havlock, all the way from Colombo. This should be an interesting one, as we see the 2002 team from Kingswood College take on probably contemporaries from the good old club Havlocks, all the way from Colombo. And an update from the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series. Japan against Sri Lanka, a tight tussle. 5 points apiece in the cup semi-final. What a thriller that's been played out at the racecourse. You do not want to miss that action. So tune in to ThePapare.com as you catch the second half of this exciting cup final. We are here at the Fazil Marija Challenge Trophy 2025, played in Nittawela, his home ground, as you would call it. And to kick things off, Team 2002.
Well, it was as if the Sri Lanka-Japan game just copied the previous game we had here at Nittawela, because both of them tied at 5 each. And then now we've got the Heavies, the Havlock team, facing off against the batch 2002 of Kingswood College. This ought to be quite an exciting encounter, given the nature of these two teams.
Alex Nishanta of Havlock Sports Club, a prominent player in his days. And will he go all the way? He will. And Havlock have their first try of the game. Five points to nil, and Havlock lead this encounter against the team 2002 from Kingswood. And here's Havlock again. They will touch down for their second try. They make it look effortless, this Havlock team.
It's quite challenging to distinguish between the two sides. The jerseys are almost similar. A blue and a very dark shade of grey for the Kingswood batch 2002. Havlocks already have made their way in this game with 2 commanding tries to their name, and we have Kingswood now trying to go through that Havlocks defenses. They really have to score if they want to make their mark back in this game.
It's ironic how Havlock has been assigned a color other than pink, given that they'll always be decked up in pink as they kick things off from a turnover.
And they go over again, Havlocks, and this time it's number 14 going over for the third try of this game. And we are only 2 minutes in, and Havlocks have already scored the third try, putting them in a very commanding position as favorites of this game. Things are also getting quite interesting at the racecourse grounds as well, where Sri Lanka are just currently leading Japan with 10 points to 5. And as we come back to Nittawela, Havlocks, the Havlocks side have now made their stance certain here with 3 back-to-back tries in very quick succession, and the Kingswood 2002 side just trying to make something out of this. Havlocks have been very commanding since the beginning of this game. And there goes another. That's number 10 in. He'll go through the defenses too. They've been very sharp, very quick and nippy as well, this Havlock side. They have Jaggi, the Havlock players have looked like they've aged like fine wine. They've still got their skills and tactics well intact.
Indeed, Yusuf. This has been quite a commanding display from this Havlock outfit. Maybe this is the same outfit that brought the glory days for Havlock back in the day. But if you are tuning into the Sri Lanka versus Japan game, Sri Lanka leading 12 points to 5 with only about 5.5 minutes to go. A cup final on the line against a much more commanding opposition. If Sri Lanka does make it, it would be a historic win. So you don't want to miss these 5 minutes as well. Exciting action all around the country, as we'd say.
And it's all brought to you by Sri Lanka's #1 TV channel, the Papare Network, Sri Lanka's #1 sports broadcaster. Tune in and watch all the best action coming into you from all over the world.
Oh, what another beautiful try. Havlocks just letting it loose. The 5th try. That's some piece of ball handling. Running away with the game, 25 points, 2-0 is this Havlock team. Losing it forward is the 2002 player, desperate for any consolation point at this point.
Well, the ball handling by the 2002 Kingswood players have been quite sloppy. They haven't really been able to keep possession of the ball for even a while. And then a pass just missed that Havlock man, and Kingswood have another opportunity. They have possession back to themselves. What can they make out of it? Can they really look for some consolation points at least? But gives the ball away back again into one of those Havlock players, and he is through as well to score the 6th try for them. They're on scoring havoc here, the Havlock players.
This is just delightful to see. I think this is the highest scoring game so far, or in a long time that we've seen. After going through some scoreless games, this is such a delight to see. Wonderful to see how they're just linking up. They surely have some chemistry going on there. And they have close to about 3 minutes of play. How much more can they put on the board? The 2002 team would not want more points on the board on Havlock's side, but they surely want some points on their side.
They really look to try and watch out here. Not easy defending from these Havlock players. They're all up and running since the beginning of this game, and haven't given the slightest opportunity for the 2002 side of Kingswood College. Not a lot of play left in this second half of this game. And Havlock, are they going over for another? Yes, they do. They're on a carnage of scoring here at Nittawela as they score their 7th try of the game, and the scoreboard now reads 35 for naught. This is not the usual scorecard you see for a 10-minute game. But nevertheless, Havlock have made the impossible happen.
It's safe to say that Havlock's scoreboard looks as close to their age, but it doesn't reflect it at all.
Kingswood 2002 side not really able to make any ground here. The defense has been so strong from the Havlocks, and so has been the attack ruling from all departments throughout this game. And they were clearly outplayed. And there comes the breakthrough that Kingswood 2002 have been waiting all over for this game. And they finally take home some consolation points of this after the game.
Well, that's more like it from the Kingswood 2002 outfit. A sleek intercept. Called it right from the start, and they've converted it into points. Here's Havlock. They surely want to end with another bang, and they do. Right off the kickoff. Quick tap, rather. And that is the end of the game. A sigh of relief for the 2002 team, but simply ecstatic work from the Havlock outfit. 40 points to 5. And bring you updates from the Asia Rugby Emirates 7 series. Sri Lanka go down fighting 12 points to 15 against such a world-class outfit in Japan. We led from the beginning, and then to make it 10 points to 5, only for Japan to find a way through to make it to the cup final. But Sri Lanka should be proud of what they've done. They will now fight for their third place position, all brought to you live from Colombo on ThePapare.com. And here on pitch 1, we'll return to you with live action from the Fazil Marija Challenge Trophy 2025.
Trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
Just a little bit of
The ball really well here watching in Sri Lanka on ThePapare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
As the 2025 Euro Formula season unfolds across Europe's legendary circuits, Jevan David is not just racing, he's chasing a dream, carrying the Sri Lankan flag. Catch all the live action from the Euro Formula Open on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 1 HD, Dialog TV channel number 126, Dialog ViU app, and ThePapare.com.
Just a little bit of
පිටිපත්වලට ඉහළින් පාර ස්ථානගත කිරීම.
On the Papare on Dialog TV.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව ThePapare.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Get ready for the thrill of the season. The Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series is coming to Colombo on 18th and 19th October. Catch the action live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialog ViU Plus app and ThePapare.com.
just a little bit of
The ball really well here watching in Sri Lanka on the Papare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me. Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me. Up in them trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
As the 2025 Euro Formula season unfolds across Europe's legendary circuits, Yvonne David is not just racing, he's chasing a dream, carrying the Sri Lankan flag. Catch all the live action from the Euro Formula Open on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 1 HD, Dialog TV channel number 126, Dialog ViU app and ThePapare.com.
just a little bit of
පිටිපත්වලට ඉහළින් පාර ස්ථානගත කිරීම.
On the Papare on Dialog TV.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක 1 ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව ThePapare.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Get ready for the thrill of the season. The Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series is coming to Colombo on 18th and 19th October. Catch the action live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialog ViU Plus app and ThePapare.com.
Just a little bit of
The ball really well here watching in Sri Lanka on the Papare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me. Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. Get loud for me. Up in them trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
As the 2025 Euro Formula season unfolds across Europe's legendary circuits, Yevan David is not just racing, he's chasing a dream, carrying the Sri Lankan flag. Catch all the live action from the Euro Formula Open on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 1 HD, Dialog TV channel number 126, Dialog ViU app and ThePapare.com.
Hello there and welcome to Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, The Papare. Today we are here with the iconic Sugadasa swimming complex as we welcome you to witness the second leg day of 32nd Dr. R.L. Heyman Trophy water polo encounters fought by Royal College versus St. Thomas's College. second leg of 32nd Dr. R.L. Heyman Trophy between Royal College and St. Thomas College. Royal College has managed to retain the victory after 2 thrilling encounters. You've been watching with Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, The Papare. I'm Shahana Dimil, and until next time.
අයිබෝන් මම නිපුන් මතුරංග මාස්ටර්කාඩ් මර්කන්ටයිල් රග්බි සෙවන්ස් ටූර්නමන්ට් එකත් එක්ක මම ඉන්නේ CRN FC ක්‍රීඩාංගණේ. අපි ගිහින් බලමු මේ සැරේ මාස්ටර්කාඩ් මර්කන්ටයිල් රග්බි සෙවන්ස් ටූර්නමන්ට් එකේ සුවිශේෂී අවස්ථා මොනවද කියලා. What do you think about this event?
Really big event. We don't hear about Sri Lankan rugby in England, so it's surprising to see how many people are here and how many players there are. It's really well organised, yeah.
So Dan, any thoughts of level in rugby in Sri Lanka?
Really good. Surprisingly, again, we don't hear much about Sri Lankan rugby, so it's good to come over here and see how high quality the Sevens rugby is. Yeah.
මුලින්ම මම කියන්න ඕනේ මේකේ ටයිටල් ස්පොන්සර් මාස්ටර්කාඩ් මර්කන්ටයිල් රග්බි සෙවන්ස් ඉතින් තමයි ටූර්නමන්ට් එක අපි යන්නේ. ඉතින් මාස්ටර්කාඩ් මුලින්ම තෑන්ක් කරන්න ඕනේ. ඊට පස්සේ අපේ සමගාමී වෙන්න ඉතුරු සියලුම ස්පොන්සර්ස්ලා අපේ මීඩියා Papare සුප්‍රීම් TV සුප්‍රීම් SFM වගේ කට්ටිය ඒ හැමෝම මම විශේෂයෙන් මතක් කරන්න ඕනේ. ඒත් එක්කම මේ ටීම්ස් වලට විශේෂයෙන් කියන්න ඕනේ. ඒගොල්ලෝගේ ටීම්ස් එක ඒගොල්ලෝගේ පාටිසිපේෂන් එක නැත්නම් අපිට ටූර්නමන්ට් එකක් කරන්න විදිහක් නැහැ. ඒතකොට ඒගොල්ලෝ තමයි මේ ඉවෙන්ට් එකේ මේන්ම පාර්ට් එක. So ඒගොල්ලන්ට ස්පෙෂලි තෑන්ක් කරන්න ඕනේ and my committee. So they done a wonderful job here. ඒගොල්ලෝ මේ ඕගනයිස් කරන හැම දෙයකටම කරපු විදිහට ස්පෙෂලි තෑන්ක් කරන්න ඕනේ.
එතන කිව්වොත් මේ ශ්‍රී ලංකාව අපි වැඩි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් සෙෂන්ස් තිබ්බේ නැහැ. අපි සති දෙකක් විතර එකට ඇවිල්ලා පොඩි සෙෂන්ස් ටිකක් දීලා මේ වීඩියෝ සෙෂන්ස් ටිකක් අපි ඔක්කොම එකට හිටියා. මේ ටූර්නමන්ට් එක මම හිතන්නේ ගොඩාක් මේ වගේ ටූර්නමන්ට් එකක් ගහන එක අපිට ඒ වගේ ඒෂියා රග්බි සීරීස් එකක් යන්න මේ ගොඩක් උදව් වෙනවා. මම හිතන්නේ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා ඔක්කොම අගේන්ස්ට් හිටපු එකේ දැන් අපි ඔක්කොම එකතු වෙලා මේ ලංකාව වෙනුවෙන් හොඳ මේ සුදාමයක ඉන්නවා.
ඒ කියන්නේ අපිට ඒෂියා සෙවන්ස් රග්බි ටූර්නමන්ට් එක ගැන ලොකු බලාපොරොත්තුවක් ශ්‍රී ලාංකිකයෙක් විදිහට අපිට තියාගන්න පුළුවන්.
අනිවාර්යයෙන්.
ගොඩක් සතුටුයි හැමෝටම ලොකු chance එකක්. ඉතින් මම හැමෝගෙම ඉල්ලනවා ඊළඟ පාර ගොඩක් අය අපට තරඟයක් වෙන්න එන්න කියලා.
දේශීය සත් සමාජික රග්බිටියේ උද්වේගකර උණුසුම් සත් සමාජික රග්බි තරගාවලිය මාස්ටර්කාඩ් මර්කන්ටයිල් රග්බි සෙවන්ස් 2025 තරගමාලාව මේ අයුරින් කොළඹ ලන්ඩන් ප්ලේස් CRN FC ක්‍රීඩාංගණයේදී නිමාව දකිනවා. මම නිපුන් මදුරංග ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංකයේ ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව ThePapare සමග.
Elevate your game with ThePapare, Sri Lanka's ultimate sports destination. Together, we unite a nation through the love of sports. Tune in to ThePapare, your home for all things sports. Live the action, feel the excitement.
Hi everyone, welcome back to another episode of BYD Fan TV. St. Thomas's College and St. Joseph's College is currently being played. They are battling it out for the Lady Jayatilaka Shield, so let's ask a few questions from the crowd and see how it goes. If you get the chance to build your dream rugby team for your school and you get the opportunity to bring down one of the international grades for this season, who would it be and why? Let's go ask the crowd. Alright, so if you get the chance to build your dream rugby team for your school and you get the chance to bring down one international player, from these four names, who would you select? Sia Kolisi, Burden Barrett, Pablo Matera or Antoine Dupont, and why?
Sia Kolisi, because he's a South African captain and he's a fantastic player.
I would select Sia Kolisi.
And why?
Because he's the strongest and a very team player. He's a team player. And I think he has the strength to do anything.
Yeah, Sia Kolisi.
And why?
Because he's a great leader who won the World Cup from South Africa, and his leadership was great to deliver the team to the victory. So I believe that he's a great player and a leader.
I would say it's Sia Kolisi because he's the legendary captain of South Africa who won the World Cup for South Africa for consecutively for 2 years. So I would choose him because we need a good leadership in the team, and I kind of believe that he will be the one who will be guiding the team, and we would be able to win leagues in that way because we don't have leagues at the moment. I really hope he would win us leagues.
We'll say Burden Barrett.
Why?
Play for St. Joseph's.
I'll go with Sia Kolisi. I like his leadership skills. I think given the background he came from poverty, and then not only rugby, in real life he's been a leader, and also there's evidence in the current season where you can see him leading, and that I think for St. Thomas's sometimes we need that skill of leadership. And if I look at the four players you mentioned, I think out of all four of them in the international level too, Sia Kolisi has that leadership.
I would choose Sia Kolisi.
And why?
And he's a very inspirational player, very leading from the front, and has been an icon for South Africa all this time, and captained in a couple of Rugby World Cups also, and won it for them.
Reserve your BYD vehicle today with John Keel CG Auto by visiting the BYD showrooms or call us on 0112 125 125.
Alright, so if you get the chance to build your dream rugby team for your school and you get the chance to pick one of these international players, who would you pick and why? Sia Kolisi, Burden Barrett, Pablo Matera and Antoine Dupont.
We will go for the Burden Barrett.
And why?
So the Joe's team are very strong and healthy, and they have aim. So for that team, I recommend for the Barrett will be the suitable person for Joe.
I'll go for Siaka.
And why?
He's a good leader. He's a fantastic leader. So I think he'll be a good option.
I'll probably take Burden Barrett.
And why?
He's a versatile player in the line, and he's game maker.
The second one you mentioned.
Burden Barrett. And why?
Because I think you need the strength to move forward and in this game, so that's his most suitable.
Burden Barrett, because we need a playmaker in our team.
I think I'd have to go with Dupont. I mean, he's the best player in the world right now, best scrum half we've seen in a while, so I don't think you can go past him, right?
Reserve your BYD vehicle today with John Keel CG Auto by visiting the BYD showrooms or call us on 0112 125 125.
And welcome to the Sugatadasa Swimming Pool Complex as we are joining you for the 32nd annual Royal Thomiyanna Water Polo Encounter played for the Dr. R.L. Heyman Memorial Trophy, and we are here to go around and ask our fans a few interesting questions. predictions for this year's clash on aggregate?
I don't think I'll be able to tell you the scores, but I think we'll definitely see St. Thomas's on top.
Hopefully we win. Definitely we're going to win this. I'm pretty sure about that. Can you tell me what the current tally of the Hayman is?
The current tally, I think, is 21-10.
So can you tell me what the current tally of the Hayman is?
I have no idea.
And what are your predictions for this year's aggregate?
Thomas is gonna win.
Thomas is gonna win it. The STC will win.
So can you tell me the current tally of the Hayman?
St. Thomas is 17 and Royal 10.
Right, and what are your predictions for this year's aggregate?
I think St. Thomas's will get 20 and Royal 15.
What are your predictions for this year's edition?
I think Royal will win.
Can you tell me what the current tally of the Hayman is?
17-10 for Thura.
What are your predictions on aggregate for this year's clash?
On the score,
22-19 again for Royal this time. Tell me what the current tally for the Hayman is.
I'm not sure. I think it's 15 or 16.
What is your prediction on aggregate for this year's clash?
It will be a draw.
Both teams brought the intensity here at the Sugata Dancer at the 32nd Dr. R.L. Heyman Memorial Trophy as Royal College secured a comfortable 18-9 victory in the first leg and will take a 9-goal cushion into next week's action. With that being said, folks, this has been Nathan Coggins. Thank you so much for joining us on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
Back as we are here at Nittawela for the Fazil Marija Challenge Trophy. We had a short break and we are back, and ThePapare.com is here to bring you the live action from another game coming up from pitch 1 as we are already underway with proceedings here. It's beautiful day here at Nittawela. And it's been plenty of action since morning, and we'll continue to have a few more games in the league stage before we move on to the knockout stages today. We've had a little break. And I also have Jagit alongside me. It's been quite an eventful day, Jagit.
Indeed, Yusuf. Some good, fast-paced rugby all around the day on both pitches here. And as we see the red number 5, a nippy player for his caliber, will also take his time to score. He's going to use all the time in the world, and he finally touches down. Avishka touches down for his first try and the team's first try as well. We are yet to get a confirmation of which teams are playing. Till then, we'll refer to them with their original colors.
Quite eventful it has been so far. And a score of the very first few minutes of the game for the side wearing the orange jersey. The men in yellow needs to make a comeback here, especially within that first half. That is what will give them a commanding position to play with.
And Team Orange have also scored. We are yet to receive a confirmation on the teams, but for now, I think for the ease of our viewers, we'll refer to them as the colors of their respective jerseys. And now scores are level. Both teams on a try apiece. We are almost nearing the group stage, the end of the group stage, Yusuf, and we've seen some really exciting games, but also some really interesting tactics which led to results being all over the place, from being scoreless to extremely one-sided games. Definitely teams are stepping their game up as the quarterfinals and semifinals are approaching very close.
For certain, that is, I think that is half time here at pitch 1, where both teams end half time with a tie, and it is the next half which will decide who will really walk away with a win. We've so far had 2 tying games, one where 2 sides was totally scoreless, and the other where both sides scored 5 apiece. 2 quite distinct strategies were used there in determining the winner. In fact, one with a coin toss and another with some extra time of play.
Yeah, Yusuf, I think that will certainly have a different implication come semi-final time as well. As we now see both teams going at it again. By the looks of it, the red team appears to be a team from Vidyartha. That is what we can make out of their jersey sleeve. But there are multiple teams that have been fielded by the Vidyarthians, so we cannot make a conclusive guess. But so far, scores are still level. Tries to show and go.
The big number 4. He's got some moves under his sleeve. Nice piece of work by him there.
Try scorer. We can see the dark, gloomy rain clouds just slightly approaching Nittawela. It's a familiar sight in Nittawela, obviously. But should the heavens choose to open up on us, I wonder how it will imply on the games, whether they will continue or not. And we hope that it doesn't disrupt the games as well. As Team Red drop the ball again. Some heavy defense coming in from the Reds, the team fielded from Vidyartha. Boys in orange trying to make a cut. Oh, he hasn't been tagged. And now he has.
Well, it's up to these players to make sure that this game does not end up in a tie as well. This is going to be very crucial, especially since it is the end of, we are the last bit of the league stages, and right after this we'll commence the knockouts in a while, and every team will try to capture or secure as many points as they can. Hence, a very crucial encounter this would be for both these sides.
Can he make it all the way? He's unlucky that he couldn't, but he could have passed it on, is what we feel. Ball is still in possession of the Reds. Can they make it all the way? And yes, he does. This time he has to be a bit quick. But Avishka, the nippy scrum half, has scored his second of this game. And will this be enough to seal the game? What can the orange team do? We're in the dying embers of the game, and Team Orange will desperately need another try. They're trying everything up their sleeve, and can he make it through? No, he doesn't. They can't afford to lose possession here, so they will have to get their hands on that ball again. And that is the end of the game. Nippy scrum half Avishka in the number 5 jersey gets his hat-trick. 15 points to nil. We get a confirmation that this is a Lions versus Tigers game, with the red team being the Tigers. And 15 points to nil in favor of the Tigers. Good display by the team from Vidyartha. While the Lions scored the solitary try, adding up to 5 points. And we have two more Kingswood teams facing each other now. Early fumble of the ball, and the number 10 in the white jersey will touch down for the first try of the game. Not the way you would have wanted to start the game off.
Very early on, and we've already got numbers on the scorecard, courtesy of the men in white. Again, two outfits fielded from Kingswood, as to our understanding, that are on the field right now. As number 5 from the grey outfit kicks off things, and they've been tagged in the corner.
Where we're having a small difficulty in identifying the teams, as the schedules have seemed to change, and the pitch allocations have also appeared to change. So we are waiting for a confirmation about the two teams, but for our ease, we'll refer to them with their distinctive colors.
As we're speaking, Jagid, the skies above Nittawela are only getting gloomier and darker. It is actually very beautiful scenes, to be honest, but the heavens, when it becomes too kind, doesn't turn out to be very good for us as well, especially when it comes to an outdoor game like rugby.
Exactly, Yusuf, and we have plenty of games in store today as well. We saw yesterday how the Asia Rugby 7 Series was washed out for the final 2 games, and and the Racecourse Stadium was flooded. A disappointing end to the day, with both those matches being pushed off. But here we don't have an extra day; we have to somehow finish it off today. So we just hope that the heavens are kind to us.
Well, rain interruptions have not only been the story in rugby, but even in cricket, as we are playing Women's T20 World Cup, and we've had occasions when the monsoon have hit them hard as well, making them wash out or abandon games in total.
Absolutely, Yusuf. And now we see Team Grey trying desperately to recover from that early fumble. They're still scoreless after around 3 minutes of game time. They definitely don't want to go into the halftime scoreless as well. Whereas Team White, they're pretty confident. We can see that they're trying out different tactics. They're trying to use the space effectively and try to get another score. Here's a dangerous number 10. Can he get it? It's a forward pass. As you can see, a few Candy players just enjoying the scenes in the background. Few old Kingswoodians for that matter. Obviously this year's Candy captain also being from Kingswood, KT Chaturanga, the stalwart flanker. A very, very effective flanker, a national player as well, and a truly talented lad. He'll be leading the champions out this season. Is that a try? It hasn't been awarded.
The men dressed in grey, they have to up their game here. We are still standing on the lone try scored by the Whites at the very start of the game. And then not really seen a comprehensive comebacks or opportunities created for themselves by the grey side. Where the men in white, on the other hand, they've been playing in the opposition half for most of the time, but haven't really been able to go over that whitewash to really score and make changes in that scorecard. Nevertheless, that would be half-time here at pitch 1, and we will have the white outfit leading with 5 points to 0, and we will have to expect the grey outfit to make a comeback in the remaining half if they're really to make a mark for themselves during the next few minutes of the game.
And second half action is underway. The Greys desperately in need of a try. Can they make it work?
The men in white have another opportunity here. They've got possession. They are in the opposition half once again, and they've been there for quite a while now. So another opportunity for them, and he takes the tap, not really signaled by the referee, and he does now. Runs through the corner. Finally, some hope for the outfit in grey. That man with the number 11 jersey. Nice little cameo. A few shows and goes there, but still doesn't make it through over the whitewash. Was tagged very close to that try line. Nice little run. He broke out. I think perhaps one of the only positives that the team in grey have really showed throughout this game.
Well, opportunities are certainly limited if they want to make a comeback in this game. As we speak on pitch B, we have the very dominant Havlock team taking on another outfit now. After that previous game, I think they're the scariest team in the park. And as we speak, the number 10 will double his points tally to 10 points, and that should very well seal the deal. I think the fastest to react today, and he has made it count for sure. And that's the second try of the game. Second try to the Whites, and that should be it. We have a few more minutes to play, but if they can hold on to it, this should be the game.
It's another opportunity for the grey outfit to prove themselves, at least take home a consolation try of this game. They've shown good display in bits and pieces, but haven't really been able to put those performances together to deliver a try scoring one. But then it's high time that they really react now, and in this format of the game, it's never too late, and things can change really fast and quick and catch you off guard.
I wonder if he could have made that pass to number 4. He just had to go and dive over the whitewash to make it a 5-point deficit. So maybe a bit more vigilance when you pass could help the grey outfit. Here's an opportunity. That's a penalty. Oh, another fumble. It's not been his day, has it? A knock on early on in the game that cost them that first try. And now they're little to nowhere close to winning this game. It's another chance. Long cutout pass. Long lanky forward. And that's the game. 10 points to 0. Unfortunately, we are yet to receive our confirmations about the teams, given the reallocation of pitches for the teams. But as soon as we get a comprehensive breakdown of the teams, we will let you know. So stay tuned on ThePapare.com as we bring you live action from the business end of the Fazil Marija Challenge Trophy 2025.
Just a little bit of
here watching in Sri Lanka on ThePapare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
Trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
Nittawela, celebration of a rugby great indeed. The Fazil Marija Challenge Trophy 2025 Tag Rugby Tournament, organized by the batch of 2004, Kingswood College, Kandy. A few more games in the group stages and we'll move on to the knockout stages. Another grey-white matchup. We've got a few fixture confirmations, but not for this encounter yet. So we will continue referring to the same as grey and white. And immediately, this time it's Team Grey. Unlike last time, it's Team Grey who makes it 5 points to 0. Early on in this game.
another grey and white matchup, as you said. Now we've got again the white outfit with possession of the ball.
That's another break. And the number 7 hasn't been tagged. He's going to go all the way and make sure that he doubles the points tally for Team Grey. $10 points to 0.
Well, this time around, it's the grey, it's the outfit in grey that are really starting to make strides in this game. Those in white haven't really made any significant approaches that they can be happy about. But then if you are around Kandy, this and part of a rugby community, it is you're more than welcome to come and join us here at Nittawela. A very beautiful atmosphere with food, music and good games of rugby to spend your Sunday evening.
Where we can clearly see that the white team hasn't come kitted up as appropriately as it would be for a wet outfield. A bit of slip-ups happening all across the game. So it would be really unfortunate if they have to play in the rain, which is imminent at this point. That's an illegal charge down. A spirited run, only to be stopped in his tracks.
Once again, a slight infringement there, and in fact, I think his tags actually fell off mid-tracks.
And that's half time. That's half time here in Nittawela. Oh, actually, it's not half time, it's a substitution. Pardon us. Turns out it's a substitution and half-time. A bit of a confusion on our end. But the play continues into the second half.
I thought I also saw the referee actually counting the number of players on each side, probably to make sure there's no mishap during the substitution, and there's no one more or less player on either sides, and probably some confusion in the middle that led to the series of events. And as we speak, the Kingswood 2002 sides will go over the whitewash to score their third try of the day after scoring their first two in the first half, and then they'll go on to score their third as well. And it is the Kingswood 98, which is the outfit in white. And just to let you know, we've got confirmation of the sides. The one in white is the Kingswood 1998 side, and the side in grey is the KCK 2002 outfit.
And he makes a run. Can the number 7 make it all the way? He has his support. He has the support. Ball is still very much in play. A good passage of support play. Now that's rugby that you love to see. You can see how these grown men are all silenced by the referee. They might be in various stages in their lives, but they're all going to be obedient to just two people in the world at the end of the day. The ladies and the referee. Can the whites make it count? Inside pass.
Cheeky little move there, but I think it was illegal. It was probably in the offside, number 7. The whites, the Kingswood 98 side will have possession of the ball, and they're ever so close, and I don't think they've been so close to the try line.
And he's going to dive over if that is awarded, and that has been awarded. They cut the deficit to just 5 points, and ecstatic fashion. You can see the smile on their faces.
A happy bunch of men there, as there's still a few more minutes left in play, and seems like the 98 side have just found some energy, and they would look to convert that momentum into another try as well to probably equal things here at Nittawela. But as we speak, a big number 8 will crush their dreams while going over for another try for the Kingswood 2002 sides, even extending their lead for 15 points and bringing the deficit as it was a few seconds ago back to 10.
The 98 team eager to start things off. You could see the smile on their faces when they scored that try. It meant a lot to them. They're going to put their body on the line. Another long cutout pass. This time the number 7 had the support, but it's an illegal charge down. There is you in play. Can he make it all the way? He has been tagged.
That was one too many tags there, but the 98 side still managed to run with the ball, and they'll still have possession.
I think the 98 team has had the highest of spirits this entire tournament that we've seen so far. So energetic.
No doubt whatsoever there, Jayagit. That smile after the try they scored just said it all there.
Absolutely, Yusuf. And that's, I think, the main intention of this sport as well and this tournament, to regather the joy of playing rugby, playing rugby with the same brothers that you shared the field with many years ago. To recreate the same feeling on the same field is something that you would dream for at the end of the day. Well, the ball handling is not up to the mark. The game is almost in the books. This could be the last passage of play.
In the meantime, we have some good news here. The gloomy clouds that rallied above the Nittawela skies have finally started to cease, and I can feel the slight breeze that is blowing, and I'm pretty sure the breeze has blown away that cloud cover, and that the sky looks a lot clearer now than it was a few moments ago. And as we speak, Kingswood 98, they go over for another. The spirits are on a high here. They retrieve the ball.
I hate to break it to Yusuf, but apparently that try hasn't been awarded. So they'll have to wait a bit longer.
Well, they're still close to that try line. They can really make it. If they are to make it, this is their opportunity. They can't get closer than this.
Bit of butterfingers there. The number 7 will want to run it all across. And that's the game. A very interesting encounter. Smiles all around. Kingswood batch of 98 taking on batch of 2002. The juniors actually ending on the winning side this time. 15 points to 5. And that concludes this game on pitch 1. A number of interesting games ahead, and a bunch of exciting games that we've covered so far. It's been an absolute pleasure to share the mic with you, Yusuf, and that's my time here in the comm box. Thank you so much to all the viewers, and thank you so much, Yusuf and the Papare, for this amazing coverage, and I hope you stick along for the next few games. A few interesting games ahead, the semi-finals and even the finals to come around. So stick along as we bring to you the Fazil Marija Challenge Trophy live here from Nittawela.
Welcome back, and we are already here with our next fixture, and this is the Vikings facing off the Jaguars, and the Vikings are the men dressed in white, and Jaguars in the pink outfit. And joining me in the commentary block box is my old mate Kavind, and welcome back to the comm box, Kavind.
Very good evening to you as well, Yusuf, as we see the former Antonian captain Sean Gunaratna taking the ball in the corner. He's wearing that white jersey. Here's the quick tap taken, given to the nippy scrum off, and here's Saume Vijayasuri, the former Dharmaraj captain in 2022, wearing the number 14 jersey for the Vikings. And the man with the ball is Udisha Ratnayaka, the former Trinity winger in 2024. He takes the ball, quick tap to Deshan Balasuriya, gives it to his fast wingers, but couldn't go through. In this tag tournament, you can take the quick tap twice. And this is Aditya taking it quickly, gives it to the fly half. Here's Balasuriya, the former Vidyartha centre. Played alongside Gayan Pereira, who featured in the Sri Lanka team as Odisha goes to go around, gives it to the wing 3. Here's Aditya. Aditya in space. Lovely ball inside to Odisha Ratnayaka, but the tag was already removed.
Already very eventful this, turning out to be a very fast-paced game, and throughout this 1 minute we've seen both sides fueling up the arena with a lot of energy, in contrast to the last game, which was quite slow-paced but very rich with in spirit. That one was, and we've got the men in pink, the Jaguars, making a breakthrough from the corner, and through he goes over the whitewash. That is number 10 for you.
Udisha Ratnayaka, the former winger of Trinity, scoring the first try. There was space opening up wide in that far corner, and Deshan Balasuriya just had to draw and pass, and Udisha Ratnayaka has all the pace in the world to go through the middle, as we see the number 9 for the Vikings. This probably is Hasanga. Gives it to Saumya. Saumya, lovely inside ball to the number 9. Here's Saumya wearing the number 7 jersey. He's captained Dharmaraja in the first 15 in 2023. Here's Prabhash giving it to Oshan Gunaratna, the former Antonian skipper, who will go over. And that's the first try for the Vikings. And it comes in the likes of Oshan Gunaratna, the former Antonian skipper.
Well, we've got quite a few skippers, wingers from previous under 15 outfits, and that clearly shows here the kind of game they are playing, with the energy, the pace, and the ball handling they've displayed has been exceptional.
Yes, Balasuriya to Disharatna yet again, but slight forward pass, and we see the number 11 Samitavarna Kulasuri as well, represented Dharmaraja, and is a member of the CR and FC outfit. Is played as flanker. Here's Saumya yet again, cutting back in, gives it to the scrum half. Here's Prabhash to Oshan Gunaratna, but the tag was already removed, and the scores read 5-all. Jaguars and Vikings. This probably the last match of the group stage, as we see Kasun taking the ball quickly, gives it to Saumya Vijayasiri, and Saumya decides to run, but the tag was already removed. Hence the Vikings will have another opportunity to tap and go, and on the third tag, possession changes. Here's Varnakurasuriya to Saumya, gives it to the scrum half, whose tag was already removed. Think it was Hasanga. This is Aditya Dharmaratna with the ball, a former Kingswood player, gives it to the fly half. Here's Balasuriya, lovely wraparound pass to the number 9, but good defense coming in from the Vikings. It was Saumya Vijayasiri, who's been playing in the middle, who's had a lot of work to do. Both teams, by the looks of it, are unbeaten, as Balasuriya gives it to the corner, and the tag has been removed yet again. No gaps opening up for either teams. Just 40 meters of space from the left to right, as quickly taken. Here's Dharmaratna, lovely cutout pass to Disharatnayaka, dancing feed from the winger, and he's been tagged, and that will be a penalty in favor of Vikings, and that's the half time, and the half time confirmations Jaguars 5 and Vikings 5. Important second half to be played.
With the two scorers for Jaguars, it was Udisha and Oshan Gunaratne scoring for the Vikings. Two key players who have been in the school rugby arena as well. And as we go into half time, we'll have 5 all on the scorecard. And we'll not be having a very long break, as we'll switch sides immediately and then begin proceedings with the next half of the game.
Kasun takes it, gives it to Saumya Vijayasiri, gives a lovely ball to the number 9. And that probably looked like a hamstring, but the tag was removed and is not having any trouble working back. Straight away had a hand on his hamstring, thought it was gone for all money, as Prabhash gives it to Saumya again. Saumya cutting back in. Here's Samitha Varnakulasuriya. Second tap available. Gives it to Saumya. A current CRNFC player is Samitha Varnakulasuriya. Here he is. Gives it to Saumya. Here's Hasanga. Cutting back in a couple of times. And he's having a word with the referee, saying that they went for the shots first time around. But ball has been turned over. And Aditya Dharma Ratna will take the ball. Take the quick tap rather.
Well, going physical isn't exactly loved in this format of the game. He looked to fend him off, but the referee actually let it go on that occasion. But as we speak, Udisha.
Deshan Balasuri. Here's Samitha Varnakulasuriya. Good tag removed from the Jaguars. Beautiful work. Space was opening up wide. But the inside short gap was what they tried to go through. Here's Varnakulasuriya, takes it quickly, gives it to the scrum half. He goes around. Here's Oshan Gunaratne. His tag has been removed. Oshan Gunaratne played at scrum half for the Antonians. A lot of star players playing for both these teams. Here's Prabhash to Oshan. Oshan gives it to Samitha, taps the ball back. Saumya Vijayasiri takes it, decides to run and runs around a couple of players, and this will be a brilliant try coming in for the Vikings. Quick ball out, and here's Oshan Gunaratne dotting down beautifully, and the referee will want to have a word with everyone. No try is the call from referee Jivaka Fonseca. And Tilna Jayalatrada, apologies for that. He's been refereeing Edition Rugby for a long time now. This is Saumya Vijayasiri with the ball, the number 7. Takes it quickly, gives it to Hasanga. Hasanga tries to extract the short pass, but it was a pass that went over, couldn't be collected by Saumya Vijayasiri.
Well, they restarted play right where they believed Saumya was ripped off his tag, and then referee once again having a word with the air, and which means he signals that possession is back with the Jaguars, and the Jaguars will look to advance forward to Udisha. Udisha will try to cut through, but then there was a lot of physical contact involved there. I wonder what the referee would decide with, and Udisha will take a quick tap and pass it on as they try to break through the Vikings defenses, and Udisha goes, but then the referee calls back an infringement there, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, and penalty offered in favor of the Jaguars, but Udisha was almost through a gap there. Again, back to that man Udisha. He's been lightning fast in the outfield, and now number 10.
Yes, Balasuriya. Balasuriya has space. Still in possession is Balasuriya. Lovely backhand pass collected by Hasanga. Quickly taken. Here's Prabhash. Gives it to the sidestepping number 15. He'll have another tap taken. Here's Gunaratna. Gives it to Prabhash. Lovely inside ball from Prabhash to Saume Vijayasiri. But the tag was already removed. Hence, the ball turns over.
I wonder what they'll do, Kavint, if this game ends up in a tie, because once both teams went scoreless, and what they did was they went with a coin toss, and the next occasion they played extra time. So I believe they would go for extra time here as well, in the case this ends up in a tie.
Aditya to restart. Quick tap taken. The number 9. Lovely couple of steps, but the tag was removed by Saume Vijayasiri. Is Deshan Balasuriya, the number 13 for the Jaguars. Still with possession. Here's Aditya. Gives the ball out, but that's the final whistle. 5-all after the end of 2 halves, and will be interesting to see if there will be a sudden death.
Referees, as we can see, having a word with the players. He'll probably be discussing, and as we did before, we'll go with the coin toss. And the players are back on the field. So now we are having a few extra minutes of play, and the coin toss was for, I think, who gets possession of the ball early on.
I think they chose the side, and which side has the tap through the coin toss, and this is Vijayasiri to Prabhashar again. Gives it to Vijayasiri yet again. There was space opening up wide for Samithavarna Kulasuriya. If he was gone, no one could have caught him, because he has a lot of pace to burn. Vijayasiri to the little man. Gives it to Oshan. Oshan Gunaratna tries to cut back in and run around, but the ball was knocked on, and hence it will be Deshan Balasuriya who will give the ball to Disha Ratnayaka. Ratnayaka still in space, but the tag was removed. Here's Deshan Balasuriya. Gives it to the number 9. Lovely cutout pass to the right, and space opening up wide, but the tag was removed. And just like that, possession turned over. Here's another inside ball. It's the number 15 to quick tap. gives it to the nippy scrum half. He decides to go around, and here's the ball being given to Nittawela Rugby, and that'll probably be a try disallowed for the Vikings. Nittawela Rugby was away for all money, and think there was a tag removed, and here's Varnakulasuriya. He'll take it quickly. Here's Prabhash running around. Here's Varnakulasuriya. The tag was removed. Supun Varnakulasuriya, the CRNFC winger and flanker. Plenty of star-studded players in these two teams. Here's Saume Vijayasiri trying to run around, and a lovely inside ball to Udisha Ratnayaka. The ball was loose, collected, and then the ball being handed over, and that's half time in the sudden death, and the players will now switch sides.
Well, no points scored during the first segment of the extra time either. It's up to another last few minutes. Well, time is also a concern here. It's already 4 p.m. and light is dimming down very fast here at Nittawela. A ball was overturned there. Vikings got possession, and number 11 will go over. Is that the game?
That's it. Supun Varnakulasuriya wins it for the Vikings. Brilliant work from the inside centers. There's only 5 men who's playing. There's 40 meters of gaps open, and Supun Varnakulasuriya through the corner goes in and touches down for the Vikings, and they will head to the next round and probably the semi-finals.
These two very promising teams. It would be a shame to not see both these teams at the semi-finals, but we'll have confirmation of the teams who make it to the next round, the knockout round, the semi-finals, and I presume it would be the knockout rounds that we will be commencing next, and we will give you the confirmation very shortly. Until then, stay with us with ThePapare.com, and as we'll bring you live action at the Fazil Marija Challenge Trophy. And ladies and gentlemen, we are already underway with our next matchup, and by the looks of it, it looks like the Havlocks team to me. Another outfit in pink and blue facing up each other.
As we can see Amjad Bucks playing in the yellow jersey. There you go, the pink jersey rather, in number 9, and probably think this is the Havlocks team from the blue outfit. Quickly taken by the Havlocks. Ball available, but the pass wasn't given to the man in space. Hence it'll be in favor of the pink team.
Well, yes, the men dressed in pink will have the ball. And so far, and the tag has been ripped. In fact, both his tags were ripped off, but they've got 2 more tags to be ripped in order before the ball is to be turned over to the opposing side. And the pink, so far, they've been quite proactive in the field.
As the danger man gives it a lovely cutout pass to the corner. Tug was already removed. This is the team from Colombo. They know each other well. They've been playing those evening taps at Havlock Park, most likely because good work from the number 12. Quickly taken. The number 14 trying to run around a couple of players, but the tag was already removed.
It's quite impressive this, despite having been played on a professional level quite a while ago, these two teams still able to maintain such a competitive level of rugby with such fast action and good ball handling to adapt with it as well. That outfit in pink, number 11 gets his tag ripped off. The side in pink will have possession of the ball. Quite exciting. This game is very fast paced too, just like the previous one, which comprised of a whole lot of youngsters. But as we speak, the heavens open up in Nittawela, and things starting to get quite uncertain as the light goes down as well. The heavens open up too, and what we do not want is a growling sky with lightning and thunder. But I thought we heard a bit of thundering in the background, and that is not very good signs for us to continue this Fazil Marija Challenge Trophy.
The number 14 trying to run through the middle yet again. Quickly taken. Yes, the number 14 yet again. The tag has been removed. Coming to the knockout stages of the tournament. Next up, we have the semi-finals coming up, as the number 14 takes the ball, lovely inside ball, gives it space, opening up wide to the number 12. Play on is the call from the referee. Here's the number 9, gives another inside ball, ball available, and the winger trying to run around but couldn't do so.
Please bear with us as we'll sort out our technical aspects as well. Make sure our equipments are well and protected here at Nittawela as heavens open up and the rain starts to fall heavily here at Kandy, the majestic hill country.
It was a lovely day for fast running rugby, but things will now change, because at the back end of the tournament, high stakes here for all the sides who will be taking on the semi-finals. So the number 10 gives the ball out wide to the number 14 for the Havlocks, and here's the ball given out yet again, but the ball will be awarded to the blue team.
The men in blue, presumably the Havlocks, have got ball in possession. And that man, number 14, tries to cut through, but has he been tagged? No, he wasn't. Well, in fact, he was tagged beforehand.
Yeah, he had one tag missing. When he dotted it down, the referee correctly calls back the play and awards the Havis with an opportunity to attack yet again. This game has been played at a very fast pace. There again, there's a gap opening up. Good defense coming in from the team pink. They've really playing it well. Amjad Bucks. Here he is, the number 9. What a player he was in his prime. Played for Kingswood, played for CRNFC, played for Kandy. And he was a brilliant scrum half and fullback on any day of the week. Here's Bucks. Now the under-16 coach of the Wesley. And space not opening up that time for his team. The referee will want to have a word with both the captains.
Well, the dynamics of the game change heavily now. With the rain coming down, it is more of a very much tactical focus game. It is about how you attack the gaps now. You can't really look to run with the ball as the outfield is not very friendly for that cause.
Here's Bucks. Penalty should be given to Team Pink. Quickly taken. He was held. I don't think there are any cards issued, but if there were any cards issued, that should have definitely been a card coming.
I think the only inconvenience we've had with tag rugby is either the tag, the tag has been ripped off and you don't know it and you keep running, or the tag unintentionally just falls off and then disrupts proceedings there as well. But other than that, it has been all smooth sailing here at Nittawela, as the gentleman in pink will continue proceedings.
Tried to run through the middle, stepping back in from the corner, but well defended by the team from Colombo, the Blues that is. Quickly taken. Here's Bucks. Draws and passes, gives it to the man in the corner. Quick pass inside. Here's the ball that hands in. Good defense coming in from Bucks. A lot of players who represented club and school are currently playing for these two teams.
The ones in blue, the Havlocks, will have possession of the ball. Just making sure that their tags are all sorted once again. Right, we've got the tags all sorted and we're back with the game. We thought that man was through.
Tag was removed. Good defense from Pink yet again. Here's the tap, quickly taken. Puts in the goose step and yet another tag being removed. Good defense, both teams hitting the short gaps. They're not looking to exploit gaps out wide, but they are just trying to draw and pass and hit those short gaps that might well luckily may open. Takes the ball, inside ball, good defense yet again from Pink. Ball handed to the team from Pink, and it will be Baksu will be taking it. Here's space opening up wide, lovely cutout pass to the corner. Here's a offload that was tried, but the ball was clearly not in his hand when the tag was removed. However, the referee brings back play and awards Pink with an opportunity to restart.
Well, the game still remaining scoreless. Shows how good both these teams have been. Well, both in terms of defense and attack, they've both sort of balanced off the sheets.
Had that been taken, that would have definitely been a brilliant try coming in for the Havlocks. Team from Colombo, the team blue, playing against and old batch from Kingswood. Xbacks, I think it's the 7th or 8th batch from Kingswood. 2007 or 8 is when Bucks really played. This is KFE Millennium by the looks of it. Is the pink team consisting of Chamara Vitanagi, Amjad Bucks, Harashana Vijayveera, Mohammad Siraj, Malit Hettiara, Chinwan Basnaik and Viraj Devasundara, who's playing in pink. KFE Millennium is the team. The rain, the heavy rain has now changed to a drizzle. But the drizzle keeps going on, pouring here at Nittawela.
Turning out to be quite a very toughly competed encounter. This scores haven't really been opened by anyone yet. And the question is, are we looking at another tie? There've been quite a few ties throughout the day, and are we looking at another one? Because the thing is, we can't afford to spend a lot of extra time as well, since the light is running out and the weather isn't turning out to be better either. So it'll be exciting to see what the referees would really do if it really ends up in a tie or otherwise.
Knock on given to KFE Millennium. KFE Millennium taking it quickly. There's a lovely wraparound, gives it to the corner. Space opening up wide. Cut back in. and the tag was removed, but he should have given the ball away. There's a lot of men in that top of the screen. That's the left of the field. Quickly taken, gives it to KFV Millennium, Mohammed Siraz by the looks of it. Bucks gives it to the number 14. That's Nuan Basnaik who drops it. Ball given. The tag was removed already. As the number 10 for the Havlocks takes it quickly. Lovely inside ball. Gives it away. Here's the number 14, the danger man. He decides to run, and he will run all the way and score the winning try probably for the Havlocks, the team from Colombo, and defeats the KFV Millennials here, and that's the game done and dusted. And this probably will be the last group stage match. And now we will go for a short commercial break, and when we do come back, we'll have more action.
Trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they ride in the bench. The
Just a little bit of
Really well here watching in Sri Lanka on ThePapare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
Welcome back. This is another star-studded team. Chanaka Chandimal, Anuruddha Villora, and a lot of players from the red team. Fazil Marija Challenge Trophy 2025 Tag Tournament coming in from the Nittawela Stadium. First time this has been held as the game progresses. Here's another inside ball to Radisha. Radisha gives the ball knocked backwards. Ball available. Still with the Reds. The Reds will have a tap.
And once again, to our viewers, we do not have confirmation about the teams yet, and hence for the convenience of our viewers, we will refer the team in the red outfit as the red team and the blue with their respective colors. And as we speak, the one in blue has been ripped off with their tags as
and the one in red is the Vidyartha team. Chanaka Chandimal, Amita, Radisha Senaviratna, Buddhika Hasinta, and Danushka, and also Anuruddha Villa, a star-studded team. Plenty of coaches, plenty of players, plenty of ex-star players playing for the Reds. And as we see, we'll only need the team from blue, and it probably looks like the Antonian crest. Here's Villavara, gives it to Chanaka Chandimal. Chanaka Chandimal asking his players to go away. Good continuity. Here's the number 5. Gives it to Chanaka Chandimal, and Chanaka Chandimal will be the first man to score. 2 tags available around his waists, and lovely inside ball. And the other team, I think, is the Eagles. There's Dinuka Gayan, Kalpa Lakmina. That is the Antonian crest on the blue team.
As we speak, the rain starts to get a tad heavier here at Nittawela, making things a bit challenging for those players out there, as Vidyartha are trying their luck, showing and going, moving in and out through the defenses from the side, fielded from the Antonian outfit. A replacement there, seems like a slight injury. Looks like a hamstring by the way he limps back into the dugout, and a replacement will come in for the Antonian outfit.
Quick to tackle by the Eagles, but the old Vidyartha team is holding on pretty nicely. Plenty of experience for the Vidyartha team. Chanaka Chandima, Radisha Senaviratna, Buddhika Bekun, Anuruddha Villavara, all these players are now coaches, but in their prime, they were players who did incredible things, especially Anuruddha Villavara. Played for Sri Lanka for such a long time, and he's scored against some brilliant international tries as well. Here's Chanaka Chandimal, gives it to the number 15. Here's Anuruddha Villavara, goes in, the tag has been removed. Brilliant work from him to keep the ball in play. The number 15, that's Hasinta. He will take the ball quick. Gives the ball to Chanaka Chandimal, who's playing as the fly half. Needs to give the ball to Villavara, and Villavara will be the one who will dot down first, but the tag was removed. But I thought the tag was removed after the ball went out. Here's Hasinta to the number 7. That's Amita to the number 15. Brilliant work from the Vidyartha team. Quickly taken by the Antonians. There you go, quickly taken. Gives it to the corner. Chanaka Chandimal was right in the middle. Eagles quickly taken. Lovely cutout pass. Here's a couple of attempts to break the defense line, but couldn't do so. The scores stand 5 points to all. 5 points nil. Vidyartha leading. The star-studded Vidyartha team. Yet again, the Eagles have the ball. And that is half time. At half time, Vidyartha leads the Blue Eagles by 5 points to nil.
And as we speak, there's a few lightning strikes here and there. Very rarely here at Nittawela. The referees will definitely consider the adverse weather as well, especially when it comes to the risk of the players' health. Well, the Antonian outfit, they'll take charge here. And it's half time, and sides have been switched and will immediately take off with proceedings for the second half. At half time, Vidyartha ended with a lead, and the Antonians will look to catch up and probably even extend it if they can possibly.
The Blue Eagles. The number 8 gives it to the number 12. The ball finally grabbed. Ball available. Penalty advantage in favor of the Blue Eagle, the Vidyartha team rather. This is the number 7. Amita gives it to Chanaka Chandimal, who decides to run but goes in the corner. Just out of reach. Vidyartha scored just as the game started. Here's them again to Hasintha. Hasintha gives it to Anuruddha Villavara. Chanaka Chandimal gives it to Radisha Senaviratna. Ball was out. Anuruddha Villavara and Chanaka Chandimal not really happy with the proceedings. Radhisha Senaviratna quickly takes it, but the referee isn't the market. Here's Chanaka Chandimal through the middle, and Chanaka Chandimal will score the second try of the game. Brilliant work from the Vidyartha all boy. Chanaka Chandimal played for Navy and played for Army as well, and now showcasing his talent here at the Fazil Marija Challenge Trophy 2025, and they will go in for the second try of the game. 10 points to nil against the Blue Eagles, the Vidyartha leading.
I think it's pretty safe to say that Vidyartha have put this game to bed with only around 1 minute left, not even 1 minute left on our clock. But I think it's safe to assume that Vidyartha have already put this game to bed, given the lead they already have. But the Antonians, their tag has been ripped off, but nevertheless, Antonians will have possession. They look to get at least a consolation point here, the Antonians, as a takeaway from this game.
Blue Eagles take it. No way through. The star-studded Vidyartha team. This will be the second tap that is to be taken.
Some shortcomings in ball handlings there for the Eagles outfit, and that gives possession back to Vidyartha. Vidyartha now looking in really good touch, especially after that last try. And as we speak, number 9 just got his tag ripped off there, and just he did not could not realize it at the moment. But then we'll resume proceedings from where we left off, just at the point where his tag was ripped off. Vidyartha, they still can take it past that whitewash, with especially the star-studded side there. Again, they're taking it behind, would ideally want to go forwards, but then Vidyartha still has it. I think they've got one more tag before the ball gets overturned back onto the side of the Eagles.
Chanaka Chandimal with the ball. Yes, Asinta gives it to Anuruddha.
And 10 minutes is already up on our clock, and it could this could end any time soon, any time now. Vidyartha are in a comfortable position to take home a victory here.
Blue Eagles tried to take it quickly, but that's the game done and dusted. And the star-started Vidyartha team wins 10 points to nil. Both tries came in the likes of Chanaka Chandimal.
And that's the full-time confirmation for you, Vidyartha claiming 10 points to nil against the Blue Eagles.
And by the looks of it, this is another Kingswood team. Has Tilna Veerasinghe, Abdullah, Rajitha Sansoni, Fazli, Sashant Zali, and a lot of players who have gone on, just like the Vidyartha team. As the number 12 will kick things going. Here's Abdullah, just like that, scores in and scores under the posts, gives the ball back without scoring the try, and just like that, he's through. Mohammad Afzal, that is for the Xbacks. Mohammad Fazli, Tilna Veerasinghe, Pereira, Rajitha Sansoni, Tilna Bandar, Mohammad Afzal, Shazan Sali, and is the players from the Xbacks. And here is the white team. Will give you a name. There's Ratnage playing, Gayan Ratnage playing as well for the team from white. Everyone knows him as Dendi, and he captained Kingswood in 2008, and won the league as well. It's a league winning captain. Here's the number 6 trying to run past Abzal, but did not manage to go through the corner.
Another good matchup coming to you from Nittawela. This
quickly taken. The number 10 solves the dummy to everyone. Here's Gayan Ratnage. Ratnage will have another opportunity.
it's a very wet outfield by now, and making play out there is not going to be very easy.
And the white team is the 2007 Blues. There's Samaravira, Gayan Ratnage, Edrisingha, Uday Kumara, Chula Susanta, Migara Bandaranayaka, and Mohammad Salim. 2007 Blues taking on the Xbacks from Kingswood. This is the under 40 category. There's 7 teams in this category. Here's the number 10 taking the ball. That's Edri Singha, Tirina Veerasingha for the Xbacks. Here's Abzal, gives it to Fazli, but the ball collected and given to Sansoni. Sansoni makes a mess out of it.
It was a great try early on by the Xbacks right after play was started, and he made it look so easy. I think that was Abdullah who went over for the first try, and since then the 2007 Blues have really been looking, they've been knocking on that door, but hasn't really made any much of a progress there. The tags have been ripped off twice for the 2007 Blues.
The Xbacks have already scored 1 try. Here's Fazli taking it, gives it to Abzal. Abzal gives it to the corner to Rajit Sansoni. Ball available, and the ball has been knocked on by the number 6. That's Uday Kumar from the 2007 Blues. As the rain gets heavier, Uday Kumar takes it, gives it to the number 10. Lovely wraparound. Ball available, and Sansoni does the rest. Tag has been removed.
We are not seeing the fast-paced rugby we did see a few moments ago, just before the rain started to fall. And understandably, things have got a lot wet here at Nittawela, and playmaking hasn't got a lot easier either. It is now a lot of a more depending on a tactical approach, how you handle the ball and the way you pick the gaps in order to make progress now.
It was Tirina Veerasingha who had men on the outside, but did not manage to give it. And that's half time. Xbacks 5-0 against the 2007 Blues.
Hands in the crowd, we tearing it down. fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
And welcome back, folks, as we set ourselves for the second half of this game between the 2007 Blues of Kingswood and the Xbacks, both schools comprising of old boys from Kingswood College, Kandy. Xbacks have opened their scores right after the opening whistle. I think it was Abdullah who just went over the defense, walked over the defense to score that first try. As we speak.
Here's the 2007 Blues. Knocks the ball backwards. Firstly. I wonder if the players are being called off due to thundering. I think it's that because it's pouring down pretty heavily. This by far has been the heaviest downpour of the day so far. And looks like they have stopped things and they will take a breather. And when we have any update, we will come back to you. This is the Fazil Marija Challenge Trophy 2025. And the players have decided to play. Hence, they are coming out now. Everything ready for kickoff, for restart rather. And it will be the Xbacks. Firstly, to Abzal. Lovely inside ball to Sansoni. But it was well read. Here's Edrisingha. He takes the ball, goes into the mark and gives it to the number 6. Space opening up wide. Gayan Ratnage in that corner. Lovely ball. Penalty advantage in favor of the 2007 Blues. Edrisingha takes it quickly. Gives it to De Kumara. Here's Ratnage. A couple of players. Obstruction is the call from the referee. Ball available with the 2007 Blues. 7 Blues, Edrisingha. His tag has been removed. Should have given the ball out earlier. Edrisingha yet again to Uday Kumara. Uday Kumara inside ball to the number 10. Good couple of tag removers from the Xbacks.
Where the outfield at Nittawela is getting really wet and slippery, and the conditions to play is only getting tougher. But kudos to the players to still make their way out here despite the tough conditions, and even being called off by the referees for a moment. There's such good spirit displayed by the players here.
Gayan Ratnage.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go back to a short commercial break, and we will be back again with proceedings. And until then, stay with us on the other side.
As the 2025 Euro Formula season unfolds across Europe's legendary circuits, Jevan David is not just racing, he's chasing a dream, carrying the Sri Lankan flag. Catch all the live action from the Euro Formula Open on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 1 HD, Dialog TV channel number 126, Dialog ViU app and ThePapare.com.
Just a little bit of
on ThePapare on Dialog TV.
Sri Lankawe Anka Eke Vida Nalikava ThePapare.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Get ready for the thrill of the season. The Asia Rugby Emirates 7 Series is coming to Colombo on 18th and 19th October. Catch the action live on the Papare 1 HD, Dialog ViU Plus app and ThePapare.com.
just a little bit of
The ball really well here watching in Sri Lanka on the Papare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, The Papare. The Papare.
Trenches, hopping them fences, making the plays while they riding the bench.
As the 2025 Euro Formula season unfolds across Europe's legendary circuits, Jevan David is not just racing, he's chasing a dream, carrying the Sri Lankan flag. Catch all the live action from the Euro Formula Open on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, the Papare 1 HD, Dialog TV channel number 126, Dialog ViU app and ThePapare.com.
Just a little bit of.
On ThePapare on Dialog TV.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක එකේ ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව ThePapare.
Hello there and welcome to Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare. Today we are here with the iconic Sugadasa swimming complex as we welcome you to witness the second leg day of 32nd Dr. R.L. Heyman Trophy water polo encounters fought by Royal College versus St. Thomas's College. That's the end of second leg of 32nd Dr. R.L. Heyman Trophy between Royal College and St. Thomas College. Royal College has managed to retain the victory after two thrilling encounters. You've been watching with Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare. I'm Shahana Dimil, and until next time.
Hello everyone, we are back with another episode of BYD Fan TV. We are here from the CRNFC ground witnessing a crazy encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. The crowd is crazy, energetic and awesome. Let's go and talk to some of the fans here. Would you be able to name 5 players who had been representing Sri Lanka?
From St. Peter's College?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to do my best, okay? So let's go back in time, okay? We had players like the Wanglenberg brothers. We had Frank Hubert, Len De Silva, Chandrashan Pereira, and Danushka Ranjan, who played modern day rugby from St. Peter's College, who played for the national side. Kevin Dixon is one, right? That's all that comes to my mind.
Can you name 5 players who had been represented Sri Lanka from your school, please?
From St. Peter's, Dilanka Vijayasekara, Mohammad Sharif, Rajiv Pereira, and Swiru Anthony, Nishan Noor, Kevin Kutti, Danushka Ranjan, Andrade Rath, Pasim Bandara, Semra.
Reserve your BYD vehicle today with John Keel's CG Auto by visiting the BYD showrooms or call us on 0112 125 125.
Hello.